though. Now behind my back, won't be long till you share it in a group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Ask me though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you can talk about. Hello everybody, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you doing this fine Friday? October 3rd, 2025. The time has arrived. The time has come. The moment is here. It's sentencing day for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Now, I don't know if anybody's just, new or if, who's in here that's been here from the moment I started covering this case all the way back in March last year whenever, Diddy's homes were raided, and we've really followed it all the way through. He did have a 2-month trial take place this summer. I followed that as well. And so in a lot of ways, this is a full circle moment. It's come right back around. Now, big day for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, as you know or may not. He was charged with 5 crimes, essentially. And he was only found guilty of 2 of said crimes. So he was acquitted for the so-called more serious charges having to do with RICO, racketeering, conspiracy, things like that. So the sentencing hearing actually starts in about an hour. It starts at 10 a.m. and right now it's 9:03 a.m. But y'all, there's so much stuff that's been filed and happened, and including a video. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs has put a video out. And is it for the judge really to consider? Maybe. But I'm starting to get the impression that it's not for the judge. No, it's for us. It's for the people. Because Diddy also has written a letter to the judge. And in the letter, he says he doesn't even care about fame anymore. He doesn't care about being famous and stuff like that, which we'll see. We'll see, because the reputation rehabilitation is in full freaking force and effect, y'all. You can see articles that have been written today and yesterday about how, is Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs really as bad of a guy? Really as bad of a guy? Can he rehabilitate his reputation and stuff like this? And it's like, look, listen, I actually do believe in rehabilitating people, and not everybody needs to go to jail and throw away the key for the rest of their life. So in general, like as a concept, I'm kind of on board with that. Oh, why my things keep not showing up? Hold on. Okay, so that is there. Hold on, okay. Anyway, okay, so I thought, let me show y'all this first. Okay, let's just have 1 hour to get everybody up to speed before the hearing starts. And just so y'all know, this hearing is supposedly set to last all day, and it could even go into lasting more than today. So hopefully it's all done today. But look, this is the pacer, the docket. And look at all the stuff that's been filed just in the last one day. Okay, so Diddy, okay, so the last thing I think I talked about was Mia, one of the so-called alleged victims. And the reason I'm saying alleged is there's a reason, is because it's up for dispute whether or not this individual, Mia, counts as a quote victim, because again, like I mentioned earlier, Diddy was not found guilty of the crimes under which Mia was testifying for, specifically the racketeering. However, and this is a big however, all right. A lot of people who are on the more like Diddy, supporting Diddy's side, which I guess, they're allowed to do that if they want to. They have a false belief that nothing anyone said at trial at all whatsoever is going to be able to be considered by the judge. in this sentencing, and it's just false. And I kind of honestly feel a little bad for them because it's like they are going to be very disappointed today. They think that Mia isn't a victim insofar as nothing that she said at all at the trial can come into play with the sentencing, and that is simply not true. The same way that the jury, in determining guilt or innocence, was able to take into consideration all the testimony, the credibility, they were also free to completely disregard the testimony of a certain person, anybody, whatever. I don't know what went on in the room, but these were the instructions, and this is how it works. The same way they were able to take that into consideration is the same way the judge can take those same things into consideration when deciding how long to sentence Diddy for. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? So these folks out here that are like, Diddy's, why does Mia need to talk? Because Mia wasn't even a RICO. He was cleared. This is why those unhinged lunatics screamed at me aggressively and violently at the Diddy trial. One of the two incidents that I had was I was trying in good faith to explain to them just simply reality and how it works. And, you would think they would be grateful and be telling me thank you for, giving them free education that I had to pay $250,000, which, I still owe money. Donate to the legal fund down below. Actually, no, don't donate to the legal fund if you want to help me pay off my student loans. You can just make a donation straight to this. The legal fund goes straight to legal fees. But anyway, listen. The judge can absolutely take into consideration what Mia had to say in determining how long to put Diddy in. Okay. So I don't know, I'm not trying to get screamed at by any lunatics today, hence I'm here at my house. But I would have loved to go over there and report on the trial to y'all. Unfortunately, my speech has been chilled. My safety was put at risk by these unhinged lunatics. And, the craziest, scariest part, and I'm never going to forget the moment it happened, is whenever they were screaming at me racial epithets and telling me I didn't belong in a courthouse my tax dollars pay to keep open. Federal marshals were standing there allowing it to happen. And so the federal marshals at the courthouse didn't really have very much of an intention of keeping me or the rest of the public safe from these unhinged Diddy supporting lunatics. So I'm going to be at my house today. Okay. And I know some of y'all would rather me be here all day doing the live updates than there anyway. So, I guess y'all get what you want. My speech has been chilled. I'm not trying to deal with no unhinged lunatics, because the very next time somebody approaches me like that, I'm calling the police, and I'm making you want to call me a Karen? I've been saying it. Don't call me something you're not ready to deal with. Karens like calling the cops, don't they? They like getting people arrested, don't they? They like filing charges, don't they? Don't Karens like doing that? Don't call me something you don't want me to become, bitch. Anyway, okay, look, listen. It's too early. It's too early in the morning for me to get this worked up, because y'all, today I got to tell you, your cortisol is going to go through the roof. Just in this first, 50 minutes that we're about to go through, you're going to be livid and infuriated. Okay, so where we'll start, we're not going to start with the video. Shout out to the cousin Tufstino in the chat. Yes. Yep. Heffy is crazy. He's crazy. Anyway, okay, so listen. Let's start with Diddy's letter, okay? Because that's the first thing. It's aggravating. It aggravated me anyway. Y'all can tell me if it's aggravating to you. And then maybe we'll get into, excuse me. So I was talking about Mia. Let me just wrap that point up. I was talking about Mia. So Mia's going to be allowed to testify, okay? Last time we were talking, Mia was trying, not testify, to give her statement, to give a statement. She did testify already. She already testified. So the judge said she can talk today. And you know who else is going to be talking today? No fewer than 4 of Diddy's lawyers. Why do the lawyers need to talk? The lawyers can get up here and talk. They weren't even freaking there. They don't even know what happened. They can get up and talk. But Mia, who was literally a witness in this case, can't get up and talk. Shut up. The judge is letting Mia talk. Okay, so I have the letter up from Diddy. And the letter's bad enough, y'all. The letter is bad enough. But then understand there is a video. And I haven't even watched the video except for the first maybe 40 or 50 seconds. So you're going to get my live, unfiltered reaction. Unadulterated, other than, the terms and service or whatever. And of course, the law, I don't want to do anything illegal or nothing like that. But what I mean is, I'm going to be doing a true reaction to that video. Okay. So here's Diddy's letter. It is 3.5 pages long. And I'll just tell you, I'm not convinced by anything in this letter. It sounds pathetic and he just needs to take his lick. Okay. But anyway, you tell me. He said, "Dear Judge, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs." That's not true. He doesn't. That's a lie. He's lying to the judge. He don't take full responsibility and accountability. No, he don't. What? Since when? He was trying to walk out of the front of the courthouse last week. What? Please. He said, "This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself." And the letter should have ended there. It should have ended there. I have no one to blame but myself. Period. The end. Go to jail. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. And then he's going to proceed to spend the rest of the letter saying, "Let me out of jail." So he is running. He is. He doesn't want to serve the time for the crime. Plural. Crimes. "I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand the mere words 'I'm sorry' will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. Over the past 13 months, I've had to look in the mirror like never before." Yeah, do you even have a mirror? Do y'all even have a mirror over there? "My pain became my teacher." Oh, now he wants to do some poetry? Girl. "My sadness was my motivator." My sadness was my motivator. His pain is his teacher and his sadness is his motivator. Motivator to do what? Get out of jail free? "I have to admit," he says, "my downfall was rooted in my selfishness." That is true. That is true. "The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily." Well, I wonder if it plays over and over in the victim's head daily. He said, "I literally lost my mind." So then we should keep you in jail. If you can't control your mind enough not to beat the shit out of women, you need to be in jail, prison, locked up. "I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to carry." Yeah, because we're not going to forget. He said, "The remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame, and honestly, I feel sorry for something I couldn't forgive someone else for." Okay. He said, "I'm sorry for something. If somebody did it to my daughters, I couldn't forgive them. So why should you be forgiven?" If I'm the judge, I'm citing this sentence in my sentencing. I'm saying he said he wouldn't even forgive somebody who did this to his daughters. So I have to take that into consideration. He said, "If someone put their hands on one of my daughters, I couldn't forgive them. This is why it is so hard for me to forgive myself. It is like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Oh, I'm wounded because I'm an abuser." When? That's what he's saying. The man needs to be locked up. "Your Honor, I thought I was providing for Jane when I was transporting her across the country and giving her drugs. After hearing her testimony, I guess I realized I hurt her, I guess. I mean, oh, sorry. Oopsie. Whoops. Let me out of jail though, real quick." He said, "I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. Okay, so we're doing either repetition or he forgot to erase this one. I think it's repetition. Again, my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. You keep saying it and we keep agreeing. He said, I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you mentally, physically, spiritually. Over the past year, there have been so many times that I wanted to give up. There have been some days I thought I would be better off dead. The old me died in jail, everybody. We have a new altar. What's his new love? No, his new name going to be after love. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, now what? The old me died in jail like it was some type of everyday run-of-the-mill Freemason ritual. And a new version of me was now reborn, Your Honor. So this person, the reborn one, I'm innocent. Let me out. Wah. Prison will change you or kill you. I choose to live. So here's Diddy's bitching about the consequences of his own actions, that he's claiming that he's not running from the consequences of his own actions, but here he is bitching about it. Every day since my incarceration, as difficult as my circumstances currently are, I have made the best of my time by reading books, writing, working out, or in therapy, obtaining the tools and knowledge to deal with my past drug abuse and anger issues. I've been putting in the work and working diligently to become the best version of myself, to ensure that I never make the same mistakes again. I realize that I am in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Yeah, and it would be good if your ass stays locked up for a few more years. I personally for sure would feel safer. He said this situation has been the hardest and the darkest time in my life. Okay, wait, hold on. How many times do I have to hear this man say that it was the darkest time of his life? Didn't he say that about Cassie too? That was years and years and years ago. So now this is the new darkest time. It's just so hard to keep up. He said good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I'm now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability. Trying my best. Okay, so you haven't gotten there yet, so you need to stay in jail. Take accountability as well as positive steps toward healing. Healing. He needs to heal from all the abuse he did to other people. He needs to heal because he took his anger issues out on innocent women. Huh? This man is never going to think he ever did anything wrong. He's got to heal from his abuse toward others. What? What? One of the most beautiful things I have experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. No, he should have been kept in solitary. He should not be teaching anybody how to do stuff. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Teach the fellow inmates and mentor them on what? He is in no position to mentor anyone if he is still taking steps toward healing. This is a recipe for disaster. One of the most beautiful things I experienced is being asked by them to teach them and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. The criminals in the prison want to learn how to be a businessman from a fellow criminal in the prison. And I'm supposed to think that's beautiful. Okay. He said I started a 6-week program. He's teaching it. Diddy's teaching a 6-week program at the prison called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the prison. Guess what he teaches about, y'all? It's a whole freaking class dedicated to talking about himself, a narcissist, Move if I ever saw one. It's a class about him. It's a class about himself. Look, I teach about my success and my mistakes and failures. Uh, I want off this ride. I'm tired of living here with these people on this planet. This is freaking ridiculous. The man has demons and I rebuke. He teaches about his own self, his success and his failures, and they all just sit around like, oh, yeah, we're going to free game. He said it's been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation and just sit there and talk about himself to all these men who treat him like a hero. The most shocking thing to see was the unity and peace that the class produced. In our class, we have Black, Spanish, white, and Asian all together in one room. What is Spanish? Is that a color or I'm just curious? In one room, learning and working together. We have also a Spanish interpreter. The biggest miracle I've seen in this class is all the gangs are involved. The gangs all here. I was able to bring together the most violent, depraved criminals from every gang in the country, Your Honor. Look how miraculous it is. I put all the gang members together under one room and they were listening to me about my life. Isn't that great? No, it sounds sinister. Since the class started, there's been no fights in our unit. Well, I want to know how many fights were in the unit before. That means nothing to me if there's never fights in the unit. The class has also helped in time of need and despair. Being able to do something good for others has given me so much needed hope. Well, you should have been doing good things for others before you got put in prison. God blessed me. And if he's having so much fun with this class, and he's so miraculous, then maybe he should just stay there for a little bit longer and teach over there. Sounds like he's loving it so much. It's a miracle. It's a blessing. The gangs are all there. The Bloods, the Crips, the MS-13s, the Trinities, the 18th Streets. Everybody's in there. Everybody's in there. This class also helped me in my time of need and despair. So he got something out of it too. Great. Great. I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but the sake of my children, who he wasn't thinking about not one freaking time when he was committing these crimes. God blessed me with 7 beautiful children. He names their names. 4 of my children already lost their mother, and who knows how that happened. Maybe that should be investigated a little further. My father was murdered for being a bitch snitch 3 years ago. Oh, 3 years old, excuse me, whenever Diddy was 3. Allegedly, it was because he was a spook. He was a criminal working with the feds as an informant. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I wasn't born yet. How could I know? More than anything, I just wanted the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. God bless me with the greatest mother in the world. She's sacrificed her life and dreams to provide for me and my sister. She worked 3 jobs to make sure we had a roof over our heads. My mother is 84 years old and she recently had brain surgery. Despite her own health challenges, she attended my trial every day. I always have been her primary caregiver. It breaks my heart that I put myself in this situation. Okay, that's the operative part of the sentence. You put yourself in this situation. You did this to your children. You did this to your mother. You did this to your family. You did the crimes, and now you need to do the time. As I write you this letter, I'm scared to death. Good, you should be. You've royally effed up. Scared to spend another second away from my mother and my children. You did that to them. You should feel ashamed. humiliated. You dropped the ball in the most major way imaginable. You knew your kids didn't have no mama, and you still carried on in the way you did. Despicable. Despicable. I understand that one factor the court has to consider is deterrence. Deterrence for me and others, to ensure no one follows in my footsteps and makes the same mistakes. For over a year, okay, so over a year, he's been in jail for 1 year. He's been in jail for a year and a week, and he thinks that's plenty. That's plenty. He said, I have been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There is no natural or clean air. There is no sunlight, and we all live in one room. Oh no. Diddy's in jail, everybody. There's jail. Oh no. Criminals have to go to jail. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ah. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in that room. The conditions are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. Yes, you do. That's what you want. Shut up. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated criminal people in there. Okay. All right. We have no clean drinking water and we boil our drinking water. Okay. That right there probably needs to be addressed. All right. I'll give him that one. If you're going to have somebody in jail, you need to give them water. Okay. Okay. Fine. We all share one washing machine. He said it's broken. So he should have just said the washing machine they give us is broken and there is only one that we have to share. You supposed to put the operative part of the sentence up front. He didn't write this. Somebody else probably wrote it. Maybe he wrote some of it, but I think this was heavily, heavily edited by lawyers. He said, I'm surrounded by drugs and I live every single day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Okay, what about the constant threat for 11 years that Cassie spent as a young woman? I'm just wondering if he even gives a shit. Sounds like no. He says, I am not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at the Metropolitan Detention Center has changed me forever! Prior to me being in jail, I took care of and was present for my family. Yeah, no, I think you were doing freak-offs twice a week, last I heard. Being in jail, and because of my conduct, I lost the ability to care for my mother. I lost the ability to effectively raise and support my children. I have missed because of his own actions. Again, he is the reason for this. He missed because of his actions. He has missed his 3 daughters' proms and all of their graduations. He missed taking one of them to college because of his actions. He lost the freedom to teach his 2-year-old how to speak, which I'm very glad he didn't do. I'm very glad she may be actually learning how to speak from somebody else and dance and play. I started from nothing and worked hard to earn everything I had. But because of my conduct, I have lost all my businesses. I have lost my career. I have lost the charter schools that I started. And I have destroyed my reputation. Yes, you have. And stained the reputation of those that worked for me. I lost being present with my family. Between all of my losses and lessons, I can state for a fact I will never be in another criminal courtroom again. You better not state that as a fact, because I heard there might be a whole nother investigation going on right now into Diddy. That's what I heard on Twitter. Between all my losses, I can state for a fact I will never be in another criminal courtroom again. There's no way anybody can state that for a fact, because if they decide to pull your number, it's getting pulled. I do not believe any other person would do anything similar from fear of similar punishment. Not true. Not true. He's saying, "I don't think anybody after seeing what I went through, Your Honor, I don't think anybody would do it because, like, they're not gonna wanna go through what I went through." Yeah, freaking right. He just now got finished saying he's teaching all these men as a mentor because they respect him and like him so much, and they have a hunger to learn from him. So, they might wanna actually follow in your footsteps. One year in jail, getting off scot-free? Yeah, they would follow in your footsteps. Yes, they would. Many people already are. If you give me a chance, I would like the opportunity to share my story. I would like the opportunity to get out there and talk about myself, the most important topic to me. More, Your Honor, please let me get out there and do my narcissistic back patting with everybody that's thinks of me as a Black king god. Please. To prevent at least one person from making the mistakes I've made in the commission of my crimes, you gonna tell them how to commit the crimes where they don't get caught or what? This is kind of ambiguous. He said, I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. That's it. I mean, this should have been the whole letter. I can't change the past. I can change the future. And I know God put me here to transform me. I'm here because of my own actions. It sucks. Please let me out. I mean, since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I ever have before. I'm committed to the journey of remaining drug free. To the journey? He's committed to the journey of remaining drug free is a very, very interesting way to put that when he could have said, I will never take drugs again. He's committed to the journey of remaining a drug free, nonviolent, peaceful person. I'm going to need a lot more than commitment to a journey. Because you see how it's just wishy-washy language? If he relapses, if he's violent, if he's non-peaceful, then he can just say it's a journey. There's ups and downs in a journey. Journeys are winding roads. I thank God that I am stronger, wiser, clean, sober, clean, clear, and sober. And look, listen, all my criticisms aside, I am very happy and will congratulate him for remaining drug-free if that is true. I personally haven't seen a drug test, so I'm taking a liar's word for it. Why am I calling him a liar before anybody comes over here trying to sue me? Because he said beforehand, enough is enough. The slanderous lies Cassie is saying, then he had to backtrack and the darkest days of my life. I'm sorry. Okay, so you lied when you said you didn't do that shit. Liar. God makes no mistakes. I realize that this trial has received a tremendous amount of global press, and Your Honor may be inclined to make an example of me. He's like, giving the judge a threat, in my opinion. Like, you better not make an example of me because I'm going to get you. That's my opinion. That's how I would read it if I'm a judge. I'm not a judge. So y'all can tell me if that's not how you would read it. He said, if you allow me to go home to my family, I promise you I will not let you down and I will make you proud. Today, I humbly ask you for another chance to be a better father, another chance to be a better son, another chance to be a better leader in my community, and another chance to live a better life. I'm writing this not to gain any sympathy or pity. This experience is simply the truth of my existence and has changed my life forever, and I will never commit a crime again. Okay. Okay. Again, I'm not convinced. It sounds like a narcissist who's trying to get out of the consequences of his own freaking actions. Okay, so as if that's not egregious enough, there was a few letters submitted. There was a few letters submitted by people in support of Diddy. One of the people is like the head of something at the like a Miami-Dade police or something like that. Some official in Miami who already has classes for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs lined up to start on Monday. Like, they are really, truly trying to push this judge to let this man out today. It's crazy. Okay, so without further ado, I'm just gonna pull up the video because the hearing, the actual sentencing hearing, which is supposed to take all day, um, and maybe even longer than all day. The sentencing hearing is going to be starting in about 23 minutes, and this video is 11 minutes long. So let me pull that up and let's just get started on watching it. I may play it at faster the speed. I don't know if they have a copyrighted song. I don't know if they might be trying to copyright this and strike our channels. So I'm going to play it at a playback speed that is faster as to transform it, although this would be fair use. So let me do that. Okay. So this is a video that hold on, I'm gonna actually pull this up first so y'all can see what it came on, so you don't have to take my word for it. So it came on this filing from Brian Steele. It says, please accept Diddy's Exhibit 84, accessible through the link provided below, which was submitted to the court and the government earlier on this date pursuant to the court's order. So this is what it came on. Okay, and here's the video. Wait. So he went full out. It's full propaganda. Okay. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me make sure my settings are such that these idiots can't comment. I thought I already made it that way. Okay. Full propaganda. And I have it sped up. I don't think you know, man. Oh, shoot. Too fast. When my baby cry. Too fast. Let me slow it down. What you giving to the world? I don't think you know, man. When my baby cry. You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart. Thank you. So, in the interest of time, I'm obviously not gonna be pausing it like, every few seconds, but I do just need to say, like, the only thing so far that I am feeling right now is sorry for these children because their dad is such a low life loser. I mean, that's the only thing I'm feeling right now. What I said on Twitter, I'll tell you, I tweeted it and I meant it. When I watched these first few seconds, I said, only thing I take away from this idiot effed up his own life and will pay a massive karmic debt for being an unfit father. Those kids, especially the girls, are bearers of a generational curse they're going to spend the rest of their lives trying to undo, and it will never work because of him. And now this shameless loser is using those same children who he has quite literally cursed to avoid the consequences of his own action. The pain that he has inflicted upon these children. He's now trying to make us feel that pain. He's trying to make the judge feel that pain. It's no one's pain to carry except for his. There's a whole lot of innocent black men in prison. There's millions of innocent people of all races in prison. Diddy has not been unfairly prosecuted. A jury found him guilty of crimes for which he is facing up to 20 years. And he wants to rub these innocent, precious children in the judge's face to make the judge feel pain for Diddy's actions. No, sirree. No. It's Diddy and Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs alone who did this to those little girls. When he could have been at his house playing games with these little girls, he was playing games with somebody else's little girl of the age of consent. Of the age of consent. I'm not trying to say it was some type of underage thing. I wasn't there, but with Cassie, she said she was 19 or whatever when it started. Her parents, what do you think her parents' pain don't matter? They wrote a letter to the court.
You hear it? You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
These poor kids. They're just so precious.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything.
Harvey Weinstein was a good movie director. I guess we should let him out too. He was good at movies. You got to give it to him. We should let him out too, or what?
And go anywhere.
From New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. And you don't go to public school?
Yes.
Okay,
why did he put the bunion in the corn on the video? He could have left the bunion in the corn out of this.
To us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. We utilize our power.
I have a very strong feeling he's going to try to copyright strike this. I don't know why I feel like we're going to start hearing like copyright strikes, this, that, UMG, this, that. Like, if so, I just want to let y'all know I had to take that part out of the video because, you know, UMG been trying to block my David coverage. Yeah, no, this is PR. I'm definitely not, you know, feeling anything other than sad for the kids, but it's because of him. He had a lot of chances to straighten his shit up. This is very narcissistic. If I'm his kids, I'm going to, like, at some point, maybe not now, but eventually I'm going to feel very used by this.
Make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work. You know, don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends.
This is a good point. This is a good point. Somebody said, and his children are grown now. So why is he using these kids when they were babies? Right. Put in the clip of you screaming, I'm a savage. I'm a savage. Put that clip in since we putting clips in. This running, I think it was because Ashton Kutcher, the Scientology,
even if he has to do it on one leg, because
Scientology associate, he couldn't run with him. And so Diddy was like, I'm going to run the New York Marathon or whatever he said.
Let's go. We're going straight to the top, baby.
That was Diddy's ugliest era when he had that ugly mohawk.
You daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you're pursuing your dream, that you staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep.
The thing about it is all of this stuff can be true. He can have coached football. Y'all never saw nobody coach football that abused somebody and needed to go to jail? I mean, it happens. You can go on radio shows and still need to serve your time. You can be friends with all the money changers in all of New York and still need to serve your time.
We didn't go before, things we never wore.
And then he's using some other man's kid. That's
We
Quincy
never
is not
drove,
his.
houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip hop, trying to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
I started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning. Had to travel to go to school.
He's been wearing that uniform every day in the MDC too.
You guys are working. This country and this world we live in, playing for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either.
Don't listen to the rules of society, kids.
Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened this official.
What I want to know.
They can put artists that.
What I want to know is, did these children give their consent? Did the parents consent for all of these children to be used in this way to keep Diddy out of jail? Because if one of these was my kids, I would be furious, livid that he was using my child's name and likeness, my underage minor child's name and likeness. And if I was an adult now and these kids were kids and now they're adults, I might sue his fucking ass. This is so out of pocket.
Playing for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great.
I don't listen to
Y'all are
nothing
kings.
nobody tells me.
Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders.
He said.
I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened this official. When we come together as a people.
So even worse, this is Diddy's school. He opened. So, I mean, he put the crabs into the barrel. Like, oh my God. He started a school and he's using the kids from the school as propaganda to alleviate his criminal actions. I mean, is that not an act of racketeering just right there? I don't know. Clearly, I don't understand racketeering because I would have thought he was doing it. Obviously, I don't understand trafficking because I would have thought he was doing that too. But he was cleared on those. And he's just surrounded by people that just blow smoke up his ass all the time. Even in the prison. They're like, oh, can you please, Daddy Diddy, please teach me in class, Daddy Diddy. Oh, good. No jumper. Good. No jumper. It makes an appearance in the freaking propaganda video. Spook podcast.
African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together.
African American communities are not last. And that is a toxic and a bad thing to even say to a room full of Black children. You should say we are first. We have the same rights as everybody else, and we intend to exercise them. He's chalking these private school kids' heads full of a victim mentality so that even when they are successful as adults on their own hard work, they're going to have this weird complex. Yes, there's racism, of course. I'm not trying to deny that. But speaking of rooms full of Black kids and saying the world's against you, come on, dude. That's harmful. A lot of kids never even have that thought, and you're poisoning them with that. You're going to have to work twice as hard for half the whatever. That might end up being true, but why not let somebody figure that out on their own?
I put my head around and meeting you and also telling you you did a great job at the same time.
That means
so
a lot.
pleasure to meet
That
you.
means a lot.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person.
You're not the best person. He's just handing out $100 bills.
How old are you? How old are you? 2. You got a 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday. Wash your hands, because we're going to be shucking it up. Yeah. God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girl.
Y'all, the gang's all here. Kim Porter, she's not here to testify. She's not here to speak for herself. He's using her name and likeness. You know who owns the name and likeness? I don't exactly know, but somebody over there with TriStar Sports and Entertainment's address. Who's letting him put this out?
Breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who
This is
shares 3
fucking
children with
sick.
Sean Diddy Combs,
This
has
is
been found
sick.
dead.
And the gold casket that was ordered months in advance. Isn't that interesting?
Just for me, it's like the closest you could be like with a person.
She's haunting his ass.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
He was
Every
a
Sunday, I gotta slow
full-time
everything down.
dad doing full-time freak offs, girl. He was doing a freak off every week or two. More than one a month. Multiple freak off girls. Entertainers flying in, flying out. But he's a full-time dad? Then CPS needs to take them kids.
Do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you.
Pops.
Outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, always believe in myself.
See a foot, but in that middle part.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for what we want.
We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. And your love more than you think.
I am so glad. I am so glad you said that, Jasmine, because I had that thought and I almost even said it. I almost said it. It's like you took the words right out of my mouth. That's really who's haunting his ass. Listen, I come in peace. Okay? And all that. Nothing but love coming from over here. You're not going to hear me asking for nothing from none of them people, them entities, them beings. I'm never asking for nothing from them. I come in peace. He got a 3-foot tall a tattoo on his back of this Haitian, or, I don't exactly, I don't want to be disrespectful in the description or inaccurate, but it's like a deity, we'll say. All right. And she's the protector of downtrodden women, specifically single mothers, abused women and children. He got a huge tattoo on his back of that deity. About in 2017 or 2018, and shit has done nothing but hit the fan for him since. I'm gonna turn the music off just in case it's copyrighted. Lindsay said he picked the wrong one, or did he pick the right one? I do believe in karma for sure. Yeah. I mean, look, listen, again, Livy, I come in peace. Personally, I serve the one true God, and that's I go directly to. I don't do any intermediarying, which I understand is something that you can do. I don't do that. The one true God is the one, for me personally. But as far as, is that stuff real? Can it do stuff? Can it be, used in certain ways? I am from South Louisiana. I don't think I need to say any more. I know that some stuff that's unexplained, all right, y'all, can happen. So I don't mess with it just to be safe. To be safe, I do not mess with it. I come in peace. If y'all want to do that, y'all want to light your candles, y'all want to do what you got to do. But I would strongly advise, if you were going to abuse women and children, or if you ever have, don't get the deity who protects the abused women and the children on your back. That's what I would advise. But look, listen, don't listen to nothing I say. Y'all are free to figure out your own stuff and on your own time. Okay, so let's go to Inner City Press. Let's see. Oh man, what's going on in there? Okay, so Inner City Press just started tweeting. Doesn't it feel like we're back to the early Diddy days? Cortisol going to be through the roof. I can tell you right now it's going to be infuriating. Okay, he said now U.S. versus Sean Combs sentencing starts. U.S. wants 11.25 years. He wants time served. Today, he has a video and at least 4 lawyers to speak. He opposed Mia speaking, but she will speak. Inner City Press wrote the book. He said as Combs' lawyer mill around, as his lawyers mill around, he has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath. All clear. So I have a few tabs open today. We are going to be reading from NBC. They have some live coverage. Washington Post has some live coverage. BBC News apparently is going to have live reporting. And New York Times, as well as ABC 7. So let's start with New York Times. Okay. 33 minutes ago. Good morning. We are back at Federal District Court in Manhattan for Diddy's sentencing today. Reporters and members of the public vying for a seat inside the courtroom began lining up a day early. Outside, I overheard many conversations and live broadcasts on social media trying to predict the length of Diddy's sentence. Meet the judge. 19 minutes ago, New York Times, members of Diddy's legal team are beginning to trickle into the courtroom. Several are expected to speak today to try and persuade the judge in the case to hand down a more lenient sentence. At the end of the trial, the defense lawyers were jubilant. They had helped their client avoid the possibility of life in prison. Today, the energy is more tense as they face the uncertainty of the judge's decision. It's unclear how long today's hearing could last. Criminal sentencing proceedings sometimes go for just a couple hours, but the defense team has already indicated a lengthy presentation with Diddy speaking to the judge. Diddy is going to speak today. Girl, to be a fly on the wall. Addresses as many as 4 lawyers in the planned screening of an 11-minute video. Prosecutors also will have their say. But what really may take up time are anticipated arguments over what information the judge can consider in determining the sentence. The government wants to include evidence that Diddy's violence from throughout this trial. But the defense argues that anything related to acquitted charges should be disallowed. And that's how you know a lot of these Diddy supporting YouTube accounts are paid for accounts. Now, paid for by who, I don't know. But they all have these very sophisticated legal arguments that specifically line up with Diddy's lawyers' arguments, but they can't really tell you why they think that. They don't really cite it. Okay, well, this is why there's a constitutional right to such and such, or here's the case law. In my experience, I've seen that. No, they're just he can't consider acquitted stuff. It's okay, well, tell me that you're literally getting your talking points from the judge without telling me. But I mean, from the lawyers, Diddy's lawyers, without telling me. Judgment Day is here. Somebody said, isn't Anna Kane also speaking and naming names? Not that I know of. And then there's Cassie's letter. I already did read that. Okay, let's go to NBC. Lawyers have arrived in the courthouse. Diddy's lawyers appear relaxed as they arrive in federal court. Okay, so this is not what was being said by New York Times. Said it was tense. So see how we get different reporting from different, news sources. The New York Times it's tense in this courthouse. And NBC is like, oh, they're relaxed. They were jubilant. Over here in New York, look, New York Times said, just so I'm not getting gaslit. Members, this is New York Times, members of Sean Combs' legal team beginning to trickle in. They had helped their client avoid life in prison. At the end of trial, they were jubilant. Today, the energy is more tense as they face the uncertainty of the judge's decision. You flip news and it's like, no, they're not. They're relaxed. Ahead of a crucial hearing that will determine their client's fate, Alexandra Shapiro and Brian Steele are in the cafeteria having a chat as the latter, Brian Steele, loads up on valuable potassium via a morning banana. Outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, there were lines and crowds everywhere. While a crowd of people, including news, media, and interested onlookers, gathered for the Combs sentencing, many others were there for a naturalization ceremony in the courthouse. At least a half dozen New York Police Department NYPD officers were lined up on the sidewalk where Diddy's family is expected to arrive. We have another new update from New York Times. Who cares? Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay. Hold on. Let me get rid of some of these bots. Okay. So somebody said, Inner City Press said 9:56 a.m. Diddy's lawyers Mark Agnifilo and Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandra Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table, -1. Maureen Comey, she got fired. Diddy's family members are expected to speak at sentencing. Diddy's family members, all 7 children, and Diddy's mom is expected to be in attendance, and many will speak. His legal team has also requested to speak on his behalf and is preparing a 15-minute video to present to the court. In their pre-sentencing filing, I think it's 11 minutes. In their pre-sentencing filing, defense attorneys included letters from 70 family members, music collaborators, and other supporters. So y'all, just be aware. If you were ever victimized by somebody famous that a lot of people are their fans, you are going to have a lot of letters to support the freak, the predator, the abuser, just so you know. Just so you know. He's also including letters from prisoners, okay, from his fellow prisoners at the MDC. They described him as a role model. Yeah, they about to watch their role model walk right back into those doors today with a sentence, or Monday if it don't happen today. Maintained calm. He has maintained calm in prison and helped them improve their lives. His former girlfriend, Gina, also submitted a letter. She did not testify at trial, but she stated that she had met with the prosecutors before the trial. She wrote that she felt pressured to feel like a victim by prosecutors during the interviews. And most likely she is a victim. I mean, let's call it what it is. I wasn't there. I don't know. And it's until proven guilty, but let's just call it what it is. However, as the trial approached, the prosecutors told the court that they couldn't reach her or her attorney. Yeah, they were having trouble getting in touch with her. Diddy's mom is in court. The courtroom is almost full as the sentencing hearing is about to begin. And I don't even want to think about what those animals did in the line over the last several hours. 2 minutes ago, Washington Post said court watchers and online gawkers should expect a long sentencing hearing today. The judge is going to allow extensive argument as both sides argue the fate of the embattled mogul. The courtroom is packed, but the judge and Diddy have yet to enter. Let's go to look, You know how Diddy was like, I know, I understand you don't want to deter. I understand that one of the things you have to consider, Your Honor, in the sentencing is deterrence, right? And what did Diddy say? He said, well, considering I had to be in jail for 1 year, I don't think anybody's going to, follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. Okay, well then explain this. Explain this. Doesn't look like anybody's deterred. In fact, and indeed, it doesn't look like anybody out here thinks he did anything wrong. A man dedicated to giving back. A person of moral character and integrity? Absolutely false. Absolutely false. Moral character of what? Moral character of a demon? Maybe. Is this the Punisher? Yep, Sheree Hayes, the plant. I don't know. Maybe a plant, maybe. In the crowd outside the courthouse is the Punisher, a prostitute, who testified during the trial that he was hired to participate in prostitution, where Diddy allegedly abused Cassie. He's attending the sentencing as a form of closure. He hopes the defendant receives no more prison time than he already served. So a Diddy supporter and prostitute, a Diddy hired prostitute. He said several sex workers reached out to him, and he hopes by sharing his story, he can change the narrative of sex workers. Yeah, he wants to change the narrative and make it seem like this debauched and degenerated behavior that Diddy was participating in was normal. And it wasn't, and it's not. And nobody can shame me or bully me into saying this is okay, acceptable, and normal. The narrative is what it is for a reason. And this isn't one of them situations. This man is a published author. This isn't a situation where he has to do this. And I'm just not going to be convinced by those arguments. The time for me to be convinced by them is over. I'm not in my 20s anymore. You're not going to gaslight me. The fact that the debauchery and the degeneracy has been normalized to the extent it has is part of the problem. It's partially why we're here right now. Diddy was trying to change the definition of the word prostitution in his defense. No more. No more. No more. Okay. It's about to kick off, y'all. 10:05 a.m. Judge's clerk says, are we ready to proceed? Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? Yes. Okay. Now we're waiting for Diddy to be brought out. We have a new update from the New York Times. Diddy's mom and 6 adult children are sitting in the spectators' gallery. All of them wrote letters of support asking for their father's release, noting that she did not excuse her son's wrongdoing. His mom wrote to the judge, I appeal to the kindness of your heart to allow my son to be able to sit at dinner with his family. I hope this judge shows them the kindness of your heart can be shown. You can use the kindness of your heart to protect the rest of society from this degenerated buffoon. Just disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm just not going to allow anybody to act like this amoral, truly demonic behavior that is contributing to the ripping apart of the very fabric of our civilization, this degeneracy and this debauchery. I am not going to be brainwashed by anybody's propaganda or lies. It was detestable, deplorable, and he needs to be in prison. The daughters have arrived in their black and white. We love the duality colors. Where's your Freemason bingo card? Some of Diddy's kids just arrived at court. Earlier, we saw Janice walking in. Oh, God, we need to see the Party City on her head. The trial was frequently attended by his mother, daughters, and sons, who sometimes were sitting in court as victims described graphic details of Diddy's crimes. Degenerated. His family members and friends also submitted dozens of letters on his behalf, pleading with the judge for a lenient sentence. And all these people need to get a freaking job too. I mean, a lot of this is like they have financial motives for him to be out because they don't want to get a job. I guess they're just bringing him in. I mean, nothing's being said right now, but the most recent stuff that was said in the last few minutes, what's this, ABC? Diddy begs for mercy ahead of sentencing. Judge is going to allow an impact statement from Mia, a woman who testified under the pseudonym Mia about allegedly being sexually assaulted by Diddy. She will be speaking during the rap mogul's sentencing. The judge granted prosecutors' request that Mia deliver a victim impact statement. The judge said, though the defense argues that Mia has been discredited, it doesn't explain why she should be excluded, given that the defense will, of course, be afforded a fair opportunity to respond to any remarks that she offers. Mia worked as Diddy's personal assistant between 2009 and 2017. During the trial, she described abusive work conditions, and she said that Diddy sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions. Defense lawyers argued that Mia lied about the alleged abuse. We have a new update from the New York Times. Diddy's in the courtroom, everybody, hugging, shaking hands with the lawyers, wearing a light-colored crew neck sweater and a white-collared shirt. He greeted his family, the gallery, and sat down and put his glasses on. Now, what I will say is there was one day of the entire trial where Diddy came out and wanted to do a prayer. And everybody had to bow their heads. I mean, I guess they didn't have to. But when Diddy started bowing his head and praying to whatever in the hell he prays to, I bowed my head for sure and started praying to the one true God to protect me from any of that degeneracy and debauchery. But I almost just wonder, did Diddy come out? Because like I told y'all, everybody else that was at the trial, pretty much like in the public gallery, which was only like 11 people, everybody else had been there days before. They were actually proud that they had successfully kept the rest of the public out of there. When they would say not guilty, when the jury would say not guilty, and that one day I was sitting up in there in court, I had to fight for my life to be in there. The people next to me, the other public people in the public gallery, were going, yes, whenever he was getting a not guilty readings. And when they said guilty, they would be going, so I'm just putting all this together. I'm just wondering, did Diddy walk out that one day and just see God's favorite sitting right there like, oh shit, I need to pray? I don't know, because he didn't walk out and pray today. I'm just saying. I rebuke whatever it is he prays to, I rebuke. Anyway, let's go to Inner City Press. I do find it curious. The one time he prayed during the whole trial is when God's favorite was up in there. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. And it was after his little, in my opinion, minions who were friendly with Diddy's family, telling them they look so good today and all of that. The demons tried to keep me out of the courtroom, tried to steal my rightful spot in the line, and then told me I'm not allowed or don't belong in a federal courthouse because of the color of my skin. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. rolled over in his grave that day. I know he did. For me. Imagine the irony. Diddy's brought in. White shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. Brian Steele is standing next to him, giving him a little whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Little whisper. Just cycling through my updates here. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, this was that UN plant. Okay. I think they're just getting everything like, set up and everything. It is 10:16 right now. The hearing was supposed to start at 10. It is expected to pretty much go all day. Okay. What's going on here? Okay, we have a new update from Washington Post 1 minute ago. Girl. What is she doing? Why does she have the sunglasses over the wig like that? I do like these. These are cool sunglasses. Who's this? Is that the sister? She had them 70s sunglasses on the whole time. She done switched the wig, switched the sunglasses. I don't know if she borrowed that one from Beyonce. No, Beyonce would never with that part right there. Okay. Just now, we have an update from New York Times. At times during the trial, Diddy arrived in court with a broad smile, looking confident. Today, his mood appears to be more somber. One lawyer gave him a comforting tap on his back. They're petting Diddy in there and whispering it to his ear. 1 minute ago, NBC News. Combs is in the courtroom. The rapper entered the courtroom at 10:10 a.m. for his sentencing hearing, wearing a cream sweater with a white button-down underneath and black pants. He gave hugs and shook hands with his legal team and took a look at a folder at his seat when he sat down. Finally, he gave his family a look. New update from NBC. Court is now in session. Okay, hold on. All rise. Honorable Judge Subramanian now presiding, court in session. Sit down, be respectful, blah, blah, blah. Judge has taken the bench and Diddy's sentencing hearing is underway at 10:19 a.m., 10:18. So they run a little late. Running a little late. All rise, 10:17 a.m. This is the United States versus Sean Combs. Judge says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Yes, I'm handing it up. First, I'll go over what I have received and the pre-sentencing reports, and then I'll hear from the parties. All right, y'all. So the judge going to be talking. If he's talking about what he's received from both sides, it might be a while that the judge is just going to be talking before he hears from the parties, but we'll see. Let me see if I can find any other live news too. Yeah, this is a very common outfit. This is a very common outfit for criminal defendants. This is like the Menendez fit. It's a white collared shirt. It could be striped, very, very, very fine little tiny pinstripes. Put a one in the chat or something. Let me think. Because like sometimes I'm going back through these and it's like a bunch of ones. I don't even remember what I said. Put the word fashion, or put a emoji for clothes in the chat. If y'all would ever be interested in me doing like a one-off type of like episode, like one video about like what's appropriate to wear in certain circumstances. Like I did not know this. I grew up in a trailer on a bayou. Okay. Like I knew what was appropriate to wear to church. That was about it. And school. But I had to like, go into law school and like doing interviews for huge law firms, international law firms, and interviews for being in law school. Like, I had to learn how, like, what is the difference between business casual, business professional, business, if you're going on an interview. And I'm not trying to tell anybody what to wear. If you already got it under control, then you do. How to wear your hair. I could do it, multiracial or whatever if y'all want. And just maybe I could give some like examples, and I could show you how you could get maybe a cheaper one, because these are all things that I had to learn. And, one time somebody was like, this law firm, they sent out this invitation to go do like a happy hour, and they put on there to wear casual clothes. They were like casual. They put it in red. They put it in bold. It was like obvious they wanted us to wear casual. Okay. And I freaking took it literally like an idiot. I showed up to that mixer and everyone was in business casual suits. I was wearing jeans. I made it a point to never make that mistake again. Actually, on my CV, you should add, I started at Penn Law, and it still exists today, a clothes closet partnership with like this organization that allows, because people think, oh, you go to Penn Law, you must be rich. No. Poor people go there, and then we didn't have no idea what to do. We have no idea what to wear. We don't have enough money for a suit. People are getting custom made Italian suits in the Riviera or whatever. And I'm like going to the Goodwill trying to see if there's something in there that I could make look contemporary. Okay. So anyway, even still today, if you're like a low income student who happened to, do like I did and make it into the Ivy League, you can go get free suit for your interviews and stuff. But anyway, that's something that's been on my mind. Like, but then I'm like, who really wants to listen to me about clothes? But actually, I mean, I did have to learn it. It's not something that I just like made up. It's some knowledge that I earned and came by the hard way. So if y'all want me to do that, put some clothes emojis somewhere. And I'll make one video. And I'll do some examples and stuff. It's the least I could do. Okay. So we have another update from the New York Times. The sentencing hearing has begun. The judge says he intends to start by going over the report that the probation office prepared in. Okay, so he's going to start. The judge is going to start by going over the report from the probation office. Now, this is kind of the more neutral party of all of them, because there's Diddy's side. He wants to walk out today. There's the government's side. They want him to stay in for 11 more years. And then there's the probation department. I think they have suggested somewhere between 5 to like 8.5 years. So if I had to guess that, I don't want to, make any official predictions. I'm not going to bet anybody. I'm not going to gamble or anything, but I suspect Diddy will get 5 to 8 years based on the probation office's prepared report. So the judge is going to start with the probation office's report, and then he is going to go through the various legal arguments that will influence his ultimate sentence. So we're going to be talking about a few things today. We're going to be hearing from victims. We're going to be hearing from witnesses. We're going to be hearing from people on both sides. We're going to be hearing arguments as well. Legal arguments, specific, complicated, tenuous legal arguments. We're going to be hearing a lot of different stuff today. So make sure you're locked in. You got your snack, clocked in, locked in, and all that. We have 2 new tweets from Inner City Press. He says, the judge said, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd. That was 61 pages, 62 pages. We didn't look at that this morning. Also a letter from Diddy and the video that they want to play in court. I appreciated the letters. I've also received the government's letters from Cassie and others. I appreciate those letters. So then Alexandra Shapiro says, we're going to submit, of course. Oh, sorry, excuse me. We're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. The U.S. attorney said, well, we don't have a copy of that. The judge said, give her a copy. Mia no longer wants to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense, bullying. I could see that. I could see that. And the judge agrees. The judge agrees. And okay. I said it to Prim last night. We were sitting on the couch, my fiance. I said it to him last night. I said, Diddy shouldn't have even submitted the letter, because the only thing that letter did, the one where Mark Agnifilo opposed letting Mia speak, and he just dragged her through the freaking mud dragged her. He should have just sat there and ate his food. And I said it to Prem either last night or the night before. I was like, though they should not have came at Mia that hard. Because the only thing it's going to do is show the judge that Diddy's not sorry. Diddy's still blaming other people for the consequences of his actions. He's still claiming people were lying on him. How can they be lying and you did the crime? Which one is it? It made him look bad. Even if you're a Diddy supporter, you should be thanking me for saying stuff like this because it was prophetic. I am a prophet of Diddy trial. Okay, look at this. She ain't even talking today, in part because of that harassing and bullying ass letter that Diddy and his lawyers put up. We actually think that that violated the rules of this court, Your Honor. And look what the judge said. I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. You're trying like the judge could have woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. He could have quite literally gotten a fight with his wife this morning and give Diddy 2 more years. Like, this is the time where you just like lay down flat on the floor with your face in the carpet and say, yes, daddy, I will do whatever you tell me. That's it. The fact that Diddy still is bullying women and calling them liars. Look, she didn't even want to come. She had gotten special permission from the judge to come in there and give her statement. And Diddy's letter was so aggressive, so hateful, and full of vitriol that she isn't even empowered to speak. Her right. Her right. It ain't going to hurt me. You know who it's going to end up hurting? Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. The judge said, I thought the tone of that letter was inappropriate, Mark. And it shouldn't happen again. They got admonished. That is not the way you want to start your freaking sentencing hearing. That your letter was inappropriate. Put a 1 in the chat if that's not the way you want to start your sentencing hearing. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't want to hear the judge say your letter was inappropriate and it shouldn't happen again right when you're about to get sentenced. Let me put a 1. Let me put a 1. He's not sorry. He don't think he did anything wrong. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs going to talk? There's going to be a reverend. Which reverend? Is it going to be TD Jakes? Which reverend is going to talk? And Mr. Combs' kids are going to come up and stand together. Yep. She was bullied. I wouldn't go. I actually, y'all know me. I would go. I would definitely go. Okay. Okay. Brian Steele said also, we want Giovanni from the program to talk. The judge is like, okay, so do you have any discussion on that? To the prosecutor. Prosecutor said the Rule 32 only applies to parties and victims. The court is within its right to exclude character witnesses. The judge has used this to limit defense witnesses. The judge said, well, I could allow them in if I want, right? Just like I let Mia come in and talk. She said, yeah, I mean, within your discretion. The judge said, okay. Mr. Steele, it's okay for the children and for Dr. Johnson. Reverend Doctor. The judge said, I'll think about the others. Again, y'all, I don't know, like, for sure this judge's religion, but I don't think, like, Reverend is really going to get you a lot of mileage. Okay, we got an update from New York Times. The sentencing hearing has begun. Just now, the prosecution said Mia, former assistant to Diddy, will not speak as originally planned. In part, the prosecution said, this is because of a letter the defense submitted to the judge seeking to block Mia from speaking, writing that, quote, virtually everything came out of her mouth virtually everything that came out of her mouth while on the stand during trial was a lie. That's what Diddy's lawyers said. The prosecutor said the letter can only be described as bullying. The judge agreed. He admonished the defense for the language in the letter, and he said the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate. It was. It totally was. They shouldn't even wrote it. Judge explains how today's sentencing will unfold. He said he's received reams of paperwork on both sides of the case and he's ready to proceed. The material includes sentencing memos, exhibits, letters from family, friends, and inmates, and a defense video. I have read all the material and read the letters and greatly appreciate those, he told the court. Mia will not make a statement at today's sentencing. Now, this is NBCnews.com. A woman referred to only by a pseudonym throughout the trial was expected to offer a witness impact statement today during sentencing. However, moments after the court began this morning, it was announced that she's no longer going to speak. Instead, she submitted a victim impact statement that prosecutors are asking the court to consider in Diddy's sentencing. The government referred to the woman as victim 4 in Diddy's indictment, but throughout the trial, she was referred to as Mia. Mia used to work for Diddy as a personal assistant, telling the court that she witnessed Diddy's frequent bouts of violence and had to clean up hotel rooms after Diddy's drug-fueled marathons. She also told the court that Diddy sexually assaulted her while she worked for him, and at the end of her testimony, she told jurors that she never wanted to discuss some of these moments in public. It's the most traumatizing, worst thing that's ever happened to me, she testified. Okay. So we have some more tweets from Inner City Press. They're moving right along. The judge said, now, as to the objections, the judge goes in and starts to address some of the legal arguments that each side has made about what should be considered, what can be considered, what the judge will be considering in making his sentencing decision. And I'll tell y'all, the judge probably already has a pretty strong idea of where he's leaning. He's going to probably take into consideration everything said today. He does seem like a fair judge who tries to go out of his way to be fair. Tries, you know. So he's addressing those objections from the both sides. I think Diddy did most of the objections, saying like, you know, the judge can't consider certain things. He shouldn't be able to consider this. He shouldn't be able to consider that. The judge is going to start getting to those now. He said the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. But actually, there's no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking. But it's about overlapping conduct. And it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. Acquitted conduct can be considered, he said. It was considered in the United States versus Vaughn in the Second Circuit and other cases. Like I told you, I've been telling y'all this for literally months. Deranged lunatics screeched at me, no, pointed their grown out acrylics at me for saying exactly what the judge just said. So, like I said, the judge can consider acquitted conduct. Run and scream about it some more, psychopath. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. So, open and shut real quick. I'm going to be considering all that. The judge is going to be considering, I know, I'm saying grown out acrylics because y'all see mine. They are grown out. They are grown out. I need to get them done. I was going to get them done today, but we're going to be here all day. Listen. The judge said, I'm going to definitely be listening to everything I heard at this trial, and I'm allowed to do so. Moving on. Let's talk about the government's objections. They argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. Okay, they haven't said anything else since. Let's go to nothing new there. We're on NBC. Washington Post. Oh, we got 5 updates on Washington Post. Okay. A lot of testimony in support of Diddy is expected at today's sentencing hearing. The Music Moguls team has filed a letter after letter after letter from former mentees, employees, family members, and other inmates at the detention center in Brooklyn. At least 4 of Diddy's lawyers are expected to speak. This is not business as usual for most defendants. Y'all were asking that earlier in the chat too. Like, is this normal? Is this how it normally goes? Who gets to put a video? Who gets to make a YouTube video documentary and put it out in the court? At least 4 of his lawyers are expected to speak. This is not business as usual for most defendants. Most notably, Diddy will take the stand and plead his case for a lenient sentence. He has asked for a sentence of 14 months, most of which he has served because he's been in jail since September. So he'll be in jail for 1 more month. Before Diddy entered the courtroom, attendees were warned not to be disruptive and to put away their phones. Excuse me, they're allowed to have phones? Because I had to check mine in with a desk down at the bottom and I had to carry a token around with me and I couldn't have a phone all day. Who got to have phones? I think there needs to be a favoritism investigation of the SDNY courthouses. I actually think they need to be investigated. Because, like, the people should have more access to these courthouses than we do. And when the people go, we get harassed, threatened, bullied, screamed at, screeched at, our rights get violated. I still wake up in a cold sweat over that one lunatic that looks like a gremlin. I rebuke. Diddy is going to take the stand today. Before he entered the courtroom today, attendees were warned not to be disruptive. The many members of the public, it's not many, it's 10 or 11. But they got all kind of bloggers who you never heard of with special seating, special reserved seating in the media section. Bloggers with 1,000, 2,000 subscribers get special reserved seating on the media side of the courtroom. And we have to fight like it's the Hunger Games to get in there. Literally, our physical safety has to be put at risk, and the U.S. Marshals allow them to screech racist epithets and do nothing to them. It's very, very unsettling. Very. And I think illegal. I think illegal. Personally. Okay. The judge is talking about the criminal sexual abuse guidelines. So the government is saying, Your Honor, his behavior counts as criminal sexual abuse. And because of that, he should get extra years. It adds more years on. The judge said, well, there's not a lot of precedent on what type of threat is actually required under that statute. But bodily harm does make the most sense. Concrete harms to force them to engage in certain acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Did that meet the requirement of bodily harm? Like a threat of bodily harm, right? So that's what the statute is kind of saying. Like, there has to be a, quote, threat of bodily harm. And he's like, is a flight, like, where's the threat to bodily harm? He said there was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and the freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But he said, but 3553A, what is 3553A? Let me look it up just so we know. Crystal said, I hope he gets 2 extra years just because he just proved he does intimidate witnesses. How do we know that wasn't a setup? You know what I mean? Like, how do we know the government didn't know exactly what he would do? And they just wanted to get it on record. And now he's going to be facing a RICO for witness intimidation for the next 5 years. I mean, I don't know. Diddy being sentenced on October 3rd, Mean Girls Day. Let me look up what is federal code, federal rule 355. Oh, it might not be a rule. Federal statute. Let's see, like a penal code. Federal Penal Code 3553A. Sufficient but not greater than necessary. Okay. We have an update from New York Times. The judge immediately addressed a key fight of the sentencing: whether he should factor in the broader scope of evidence of Diddy's conduct, including the many accounts of his violence presented at trial. Okay, so can the judge consider the violence? Yes. Yes. I've been telling y'all this for months. If you would have listened to me instead of screaming at me like a lunatic, then you would have just already been prepared for it. I've been telling you. A rule from the Federal Sentencing Commission that went into effect last year limits judges from considering what is called acquitted conduct when calculating sentencing guidelines. But the judge said that the law allows him to still consider such conduct in fashioning the sentence. So you can't consider acquitted conduct when calculating sentencing guidelines. But when you're actually picking the amount of months that his ass is going to sit over there at the MDC, you absolutely can consider it. This is a loss for Diddy, whose lawyers tried very hard to get the judge to focus narrowly on the S-work related convictions in determining the sentence. Nope. Denied, buddy. The judge said, since I can consider the threats to bodily harm and all that under 3553A, it doesn't impact the sentence. The sentence I was going to give is the sentence I'm going to give, no matter if I can legally consider this for the purposes of this or the purposes of all of that little in the weeds and the nitpicky. He's saying it don't really matter because it's not going to affect what amount of years I'm about to give him in jail or months. Next, Diddy's marking of pads as legal, that was troubling. But the intention wasn't quite as clear. The government could have pushed to clarify what his intent was, but they didn't. They abandoned it. They let it go. So I'm not going to imply the sentencing enhancement for him putting legal on the notepad. The government objects to the probation department. This is huge. Okay, breaking news 45 seconds ago. This is huge. And it weighs against Diddy because whoa, wow. Okay, wait, hold on. Diddy might actually get more than the probation office wanted him to get. Don't get your hopes up or down or anything yet. But the probation office, remember? Okay, so Diddy wants to basically walk free in a month. The prosecution, the feds want him to stay in jail for over 10 more years, 11.25, right? But the probation department kind of split the baby. The probation department said he should be in there from like 5.5 to 8.5 or so years. And the probation department gave this whole sentencing report that they did, and they said all the reasons they considered, and they did not consider in their sentencing Jane or Cassie to be vulnerable victims. The judge overruled the probation department on that. He said, I overrule. Oh, excuse me. Nope. All right. I got it wrong. I read it wrong. Amendment. The government objected and the judge overruled it. So the judge, all right. So he probably will. My original prediction, he probably will go with the probation department. He probably will. Because it's easier to just say, well, the probation department said it. He said, I'm not going to side with the government. The government really wanted Cassie and Jane to be considered, quote, vulnerable victims by statute. But the judge said, no, the probation department was right. Okay, so I read it wrong at first, got a little overexcited. Okay, so that wasn't true. Diddy, it's not a loss for Diddy. Actually, the judge is siding with the probation department. The prosecutors, the feds, didn't like it. They didn't like that the probation department didn't consider Cassie and Jane to be so-called vulnerable victims under the statute. And again, we can have the opinion and the belief that they are vulnerable victims. That can all be true. But like under the law, like a vulnerable victim is like a specific thing. Like it's a certain designation. And the government thinks that Cassie and Jane were vulnerable, capital V, vulnerable victims. The probation department said no. And the judge agrees with the probation department. He said, what made Diddy's coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the judge is like, whether I would consider it or not, again, it doesn't change what I'm going to sentence him to. The judge had it in his mind what he was sentencing Diddy to, regardless, it seems like. And he's like, I'm not going to overrule what the probation department considered. But that lets me know that Diddy's probably not going to be getting more than what the probation department considered. He's only going to probably facing up to about 8 years at max. That's, as we go through, I'll just make these predictions. We'll find out together how much he gets sentenced to, but, everybody's making predictions, so I figure I might as well. The judge said, Diddy objects to characterizing Cassie and Jane as a victim. That is overruled. So maybe they're not going to be considered vulnerable, quote, vulnerable victims, but they are victims. Diddy object to the escorts being characterized as victims. That's overruled too. So Sheree Hayes out there is a victim. The judge just ruled it. He's out there. A victim is out there. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in these acts. There was Jules, Paul, Cabral, Reggie, Rico. As to coercion, the judge says, when something, if voluntary, it is not compelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. That is a broad concept. The threat to release videos and to Jane's home, that is coercion. Breaking news. I got to tweet it. Breaking news. Judge just said Diddy did in fact coerce under the law victims. And they are in fact victims. Okay. It's time for a little bit of reality check for some of these delulus out here. It's time. The day has arrived. The judge is considering it all. He said there is coercion. And look what Diddy Docket said. I don't know if Diddy Docket's in here or not. I haven't been looking at the chat because I get distracted. But Diddy Docket said, where is she? He, they. Okay, gone. Or this one. I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Anyway, they had said, the Diddy Docket had said, that's a 5-year sentence enhancement. Is that true? This is crazy, y'all. The judge is considering it to be coercion. Crispy, yeah, they do. I think it does make the victims vulnerable, but again, it's kind of like we have like our definitions for things like like common sense definitions, and then these lunatic lawyers have been arguing over this stuff for so long and just like trying to change definitions of stuff for so long that there's like extremely specific legal definitions for stuff. And like pages and pages and pages of arguments have to be made over it. So it isn't that like they're not vulnerable. They are, but it's like, a legal, at 5 level, excuse me. Thank you, Jasmine. It was not 5 years. It was 5 levels, a 5-level sentencing enhancement. Wow. The judge finding that there was coercion is huge. Because for months, y'all, I don't know if y'all been hearing it. I've been hearing it. They've been out here clucking like chickens and, demons talking about the judge can't consider. The jury said there was no coercion. So the judge can't consider it. Okay, well, the judge said there was coercion, first of all, and the judge said he can consider it. And the last time I checked, his opinion is the only one that really matters at this point. Oops. Huh? Oopsies. Oopsies. Okay. 1 minute ago, New York Times. The judge is walking through various factors that could enhance Diddy's sentence. Each one was its own legal fight between the defense and the prosecution in a decision that does not suggest a good outcome. For Mr. Combs, the judge decided to apply a sentencing enhancement related to coercion. Citing testimony about Diddy's threats to release videos of the marathon SUL encounters known as freak-offs, the judge said that the sentencing enhancement should apply. Oops. Oopsie. Eight minutes ago, NBC News, the judge said the defense letter about Mia was inappropriate. The judge chided Diddy's defense team, saying the tone of the letter that they submitted to the court about the accuser, known as Mia, was, quote, inappropriate. In a court filing to Wednesday, 2 days ago, Diddy's lawyers forcefully pushed back on the prosecution's request that Mia be allowed to speak at the hearing. This is what they had said. Quote, she lied that she had SUL contact with Diddy without her consent. She lied that she was a victim. Virtually everything that came out of her mouth was a lie. End quote. The attorneys who represent Mia defended their client's integrity in a statement to NBC News. Mia was incredibly brave to walk into a public courtroom and testify truthfully about the worst events of her life, to stand up for herself, her friends, and the abused women everywhere. 4 minutes ago, NBCnews.com, prosecutors have some space to use, quote, acquitted conduct. The judge gave prosecutors at this sentencing hearing the freedom to cite acquitted conduct, referring to actions by Diddy in charges for which he was found not guilty. The court will be best to determine whether it qualifies as relevant conduct, he said. We consider all the facts to impose the sentence, but not greater than necessary. So even though Diddy was cleared of the most serious charges of running a criminal enterprise, testimony about the alleged coercion that he might have used against former girlfriends can be cited. So the judge said he found coercion, and he's going to apply that sentencing guideline. Wow. That's huge. That's huge. And it's bad for Diddy. Okay. The judge said Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not S relations. The judge said that's contradicted by reality. Oh, shots fired. Diddy said he was paying for time, not sex. That's contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. He has challenged his guilty conviction. He has challenged it full-throatedly, including after the trial. He has not expressed remorse. He has not expressed remorse for his crimes of conviction. He said he was paying for time. Okay, well, that's contradicted by reality. Woo! This judge is taking them to church. We're going to need a reverend in here to continue the revival because this judge has started preaching. Diddy, the judge says, wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023. But then on other issues, he wants to enforce the newer updated 2024 one. He can't have both. Under the Second Circuit's one book rule. So we're going to have to go with all the rules from 23 or all the rules from 24. Next, Diddy objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. Denied. There are victims. Diddy. This judge, he's got some patience, y'all. He just sat here and watched it all play out, knowing that he was going to get his final mic drop moment. The judge said, I had the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Diddy? He said, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, Brian Steele, did you review it? Teeny Guerra goes, they need to give this woman a break. Give her FMLA. She is about 12 and a half months pregnant at this point. She reviewed it. The judge said, okay, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. So something about a $5,000 assessment under the statute because there's no victims. There's victims and you got to pay them. We have updates from Washington Post. There's Steele. These two right here, if I'm ever in trouble, I might hire them, but they going to hell. The judge is going over his determination of what should and shouldn't be considered in the sentencing. As the judge moved through the various issues raised by the government and the defense, Diddy took a moment to read from a large book on his lap. In past proceedings, he has read from the Bible as well as from self-help books. So while the judge is talking, Diddy is not paying attention at all. He is reading from a book. He needs to be listening to what the judge is saying. Diddy, wearing a pair of glasses with thick black frames, would periodically lock eyes with attorneys Steele and Nicole Westmoreland, who are sitting to his left. As the judge told the room that he was going to consider both Diddy's ex-girlfriends and the male escorts as victims, Diddy leaned his head toward Brian Steele, who whispered in his ear. Oh, they whispering. One lawyer, can y'all believe this girl is 1 year older than me? Or 2. She was born in like 88. I was born in 90. I would have took it as a blessing getting fired. Girl, you need to go take a break. You need to go to the spa. Just a yoga retreat. Something. Anyway, she's fired. All remaining objections are overruled. Okay, here comes this lady. And when I say they need to give her a break, I'm serious. I cannot imagine being so pregnant and having to worry about this crap, this degeneracy. Okay. She stands up, Teeny Garrigo stands up and she says, Your Honor, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. The judge said, we can address that. And Garrigo said, if necessary. So I don't exactly know what this is about, how that works, but I'm sure we'll get more updates as it comes along. We have another new update from the New York Times. Judge Aaron Subramanian's legal rulings on calculating sentencing guidelines have largely been losses for Sean Combs. Okay, so most of these things have not gone in Diddy's favor that he's been arguing about. And I truly do believe that it's because he's pissed this judge off. I was in tears reading those victim impact statements, and to have it fly back like she's just a bold-faced liar and she shouldn't be allowed to speak at the hearing. The judge, I think, probably was like, oh, I see. Oh, okay. So you're really not sorry. Okay. Got it. The judge has ruled against Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs on a lot of stuff today. He ruled that the hired male escorts are victims in the context of sentencing. And there's a lot of victims. If there's more than one victim, you can enhance the sentencing. You can give more time in the sentencing. The judge ruled that the hired male escorts are victims. He also ruled that Diddy does not get the benefit of having accepted responsibility of his crimes. The judge said that the defense narrative of freak-offs as nothing more than voluntary relations between consenting adults is flatly inconsistent with both reality and any acceptance of such responsibility. He has not accepted responsibility for his actions. Crimes, convictions. He has not accepted responsibility. The judge has ruled. This is a ruling by a judge. Judges must take guidelines into account, but they are not bound by them. The judge's explanations do not bode well for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. I heard something outside. Okay, so here comes Miss Thang, Miss appeals attorney Thang. She's the one that's going to be handling the appeal, I think. Your Honor, Alexandra Shapiro, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge said, yeah, 380 pages, I know. She's like, well, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. Can't wait till the judge smacks her ass down. Verbally, legally, respectfully. I'm just looking for more updates. Okay, we have an update. No, we already got that one. Let me refresh this. Is it not doing updates as we go? Sentencing hearing underway. No victim impact statements. Diddy entered the courtroom for this is abc7.com, for his sentencing hearing Friday wearing dark pants and a light-colored sweater over a white button-down. He shook hands with some of his attorneys, hugged others, and gestured toward his family. Good morning, Judge, he said when the judge greeted him. The judge said he had received a lot of materials ahead of time, almost 400 pages, including the letter from Diddy himself, the video the defense intends to play, and an evaluation of the 6-week course that Diddy taught to fellow inmates. So he took a course. You know how like when you're in college or whatever, like school, whatever, you have to give evaluations at the end of the semester, and it's like tells it's about the teacher, and then they read them and whatever. So they're like a course evaluation. Well, the inmates did a course evaluation for Diddy as the teacher on the course about his life, his mistakes, and his success. Diddy, mistakes and success. He called it free game. So he has a course evaluation submitted. There will be no victim impact statements after a former Combs assistant bowed out. This morning, the government learned Mia no longer wishes to address the court today. The prosecutor said that bullying in the letter from the defense was part of her reasoning. The tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate, the judge said. That should not be done again. It's too late now. I mean, the sentencing is today. I mean, it shouldn't be done again. Okay, well, I mean, how's it going to be done again? There's no more time for anybody to submit a letter. Today's the day. In addition to Diddy, 2 or 3 of his kids and a pastor intend to speak ahead of the imposition of the sentence. Doctors who evaluated Diddy are prepared to speak if necessary. Okay, so if the judge wants them to speak, there are doctors who are willing to speak. Okay. The judge. Okay. So the judge gives it out front. Look, breaking news. Okay. So he's like, yeah, I know. I read all 380 of your pages, lady, whatever. And she's like, all right, but I just want to raise it now so that when we appeal your decision today, Your Honor, when we appeal you, it's preserved. And the judge is like, all right, it's preserved. Sit down. He said the probation department report says that the offense level is 27. He said, I agree. The offense level is 27. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline, not a sentence, y'all. Listen, please. A guideline of 70 to 87 months. However, the judge is not required to go by that guideline. But if he deviates from that guideline, then it would make his decision come out, be subject to more scrutiny, because it would be like, well, why did you deviate from the guidelines? However, as I predicted, the judge is agreeing at least with the guideline of 70 to 87 months. He said, now I'll hear from the government. The assistant, he's about to get 5 to 8 years, I think, with 13 months time served because he's been in jail. The assistant U.S. attorney said, I would like to respond after the defense as well, Your Honor. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. This is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims. What? This is about victims, about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control, and he weaponized it. All of the 3553 factors point to at least 135 months. New update from NBC. Diddy is not going to receive an adjustment for accepting responsibility of his charges. After discussing how the court can consider content or conduct, these people are stupid at NBC. I just take whatever they say as a grain of salt because they don't even understand what they're talking about. Content is conduct. Can't consider content, consider conduct. After discussing how the court can consider conduct from acquitted charges in today's sentencing, the judge noted how Diddy has denied the facts of guilt by saying he was paying for time and not for sex. He did not express remorse for the charge of transporting people for prostitution. The judge said that is flatly inconsistent with reality. He is accepting responsibility. He is not accepting responsibility. He said Diddy challenged his guilt full-throatedly. This means he might not. This means he's not going to receive any leniency on being sorry about it. New update from the New York Times. Breaking news. The judge said federal sentencing guidelines indicate between 70 and 87 months of incarceration, or nearly 6 years to a little over 7. These ranges have been the subject of significant dispute between prosecution and the defense. Now, the judge can go outside of the guidelines for the ultimate sentence if he wants to. So the rest of the hearing is going to be about determining whether the facts of the case will sway him in either direction. Who has more power than a federal judge? Okay. The assistant U.S. attorney said, the defense, that's Diddy's side, accuses us, the prosecutors, of seeking 135 months so that the court can split the difference? No. We think the probation's recommendation of 60 months does not in any way account sufficiently for the harm that Diddy did to Cassie and Jane. Just let the record reflect. We actually do not think anything about no split and difference. We think he deserves 135 months. He tries to argue this is just substances and rock and roll. No, Your Honor, absolutely not. This is a case about transportation for S work and violence and violence. The defendant admitted to this violence at trial. His respect for the law is lip service. He doesn't respect the law. He doesn't respect that he's convicted of crimes. No. We have a new update from the New York Times. Christy Slavic, a prosecutor in the case, has started her statement to the court by underlining the government's recommendation of a 135-month sentence. That's 11 and a quarter years. It's clear this isn't just about freak-offs and hotel nights. It's a case with real victims who have suffered real harm at the hands of the defendant. True. Okay, that's a good point. Did they try to make it seem like, oh, it was all consensual and, we were just, what? We were just flying out for freak-offs. Chill out. No, what about all that other stuff we heard about? It's about a man who did horrible things to other people to satisfy his own sexual gratification. He didn't need the money, Your Honor. His currency wasn't about money. His currency was control. And he weaponized that currency to devastating effects on victims. A new update from Washington Post. Among Diddy's cadre of attorneys is Alexandra Shapiro, who was seated on his right this morning. Considered one of the top appellate lawyers in the country, she's been intently taking notes throughout the reading of the pre-sentencing report, which is prepared by probation officers to help the judge decide on a punishment. It's widely expected that Diddy is going to appeal his conviction, even if he receives a light sentence from the court. Yeah, he doesn't know when to just take his lick. Defense raises Fifth and Sixth Amendment concerns. Diddy's defense claims that Diddy might have Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights violated if prejudicial evidence is used against him. I want to be clear, there are Fifth and Sixth Amendment issues. Double jeopardy at stake here. The judge said, yeah. Okay, preserved. Sit down. The prosecutor earned some wide eyes and open mouths when she told the judge that Diddy has booked speaking engagement for, oh my God. The prosecutor earned some wide eyes and open mouths when she told the judge that Diddy has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week, seemingly under the expectation he would be let off with a light sentence. That is the height of hubris, Your Honor. And I mean, I don't know why they were opening their mouths and so surprised they must not be reading the docket, because I knew that. I told y'all that before the hearing started today. Breaking number 1. Diddy has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. Calling it the height of hubris, the prosecutor told the judge. Sentencing thread continues below. Okay, I needed to tweet that. Okay. And here's the tweet on Inner City Press. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week, Your Honor. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights, and he knew it was illegal. Okay. Just going through the different tabs that I have open here to see if there's anything new, anything else. Okay. Just waiting for them to say something else. Thank you so much to James for the 10-pound super chat for weekend cocktails. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much to SMG for the $5 super chat. Sorry to cut into the middle, but whatever happened to his son? Is he locked up? I don't think so. I think those are civil. I think those are civil cases. So I don't think so. Thanks so much to Iris for the 2 Oilo. Thank you, BJ. Awesome job, like always. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Victor, for the $4.99 super chat. Impossible not to commit a crime. We all commit crimes every day. Well, every day? I don't know if I commit crime every day. But, like, yeah, it is, like, kind of a sweeping statement to say. Thanks so much for that $4.99. Thanks so much, Liberated Lioness, member for 4 months. We don't commit to never only to one day at a time, and it is a journey. I don't trust him, but he has been paying attention in his recovery groups. Exactly. Exactly. So when you are on a journey, not only of drugs recovery, but also of violence recovery, he's saying he didn't just say, Liberated Linus, he didn't just say, I'm committed not to do drugs no more. I'm committed to the journey. And again, I know y'all already know this, but my dad was an addict my whole life. I mean, I'm very intimately aware and familiar with all the different groups. I call them cults that they try to pull people into. That being said, he was grouping together drug use and violence. And drug use, being on a journey is one thing. Being on a journey to stop slapping people in the mouth is a whole nother thing. And that's exactly the point I was trying to make. So thank you for bringing that up, because it allowed me to re-clarify yet again what I had said. Thank you, Taylor, for the $5 super chat. Discovered you back in the early Diddy days. Now I never miss a live. Shout out to you, Taylor Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you, Empowered Wendy, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, BJ Slay. Your turn, friends. Yup. Thank you so much. Shout out to Chantel becoming a member. Thank you, Tina, for the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Allison, for the $2 super chat. Our faces were the same watching that video. Made me sick. I feel ill. I feel ill still from it. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press and see what else is going on here. This is the prosecutor giving her side of the arguments. That's where we kind of left off. She said, even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference like you did here, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district, Your Honor. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. He got 60 months, 5 years. I guess this is like boring or something, because like nobody's really typing, nobody's really updating. Okay, we have an update from Washington Post. The judge said Diddy is facing a prison term of 70 to 87 months based on the pre-sentencing report prepared by the probation officers. Judges are not bound to follow these reports, and it is not immediately clear how this one will square with the preferred sentences from Diddy's defense and prosecution, about 14 months or 11 years in prison, respectively. So Diddy wanted, to spend one more month, and I don't know, even by his own guidelines, I don't know how he would make it to a speaking engagement in Miami next week. While reading through the pre-sentencing report, the judge disagreed that Diddy had expressed remorse for his actions related to the conviction. Transportation to engage in restitution was his conviction. Diddy's defense team had objected to the pre-sentencing report not giving him credit for accepting responsibility. The narrative that he and the defense has put forward, the judge said, is flatly inconsistent with reality and any acceptance of responsibility. He does not accept responsibility. The judge said, yeah, but in that case you're telling me about, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? That's why the judge varied upward. She said, yeah, but there was other factors as well. But the judge said, well, there is a distinguishing factor there. Diddy has not served prison time in Cuba before. The updates are kind of trickling in kind of slow. So, I'm just trying to see. Hold on. I gotta, block some bots. Okay. New York Times, NBC, Washington Post, Inner City Press. Okay, I'll read some of these. Crystal said, do you think he will receive probation or parole after his time served if he serves more time? And how does that work? Will he be monitored? No clue. No clue. I have no idea. We'll have to see. Thank you so much, ABC, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for covering this, BJ, and for all you do. Yeah, this is kind of like one of the last hurrahs of the Diddy thing for now. I don't know why. I just feel like he's about to get convicted of something else. I mean, excuse me, charged with something else. I just feel like Diddy's about to get brought up in another federal case somehow. I don't know why I think that. I just do. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Thank you, Lauren, for the $5 super chat. Do we think the judge knows going in around how many years he's going to give? Yeah, I think he has an idea. How much will actually be based on today, you think? It could go up and down a year or two maybe, but I think he probably has his mind made up pretty much. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much to Shay Fabs for the $20 super sticker. Shout out to you for that. Thank you, Tara, becoming a new member. Empath's Rhapsody, becoming a member. Thank you so much. Shout out to B-Babe Sis. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Love you, mean it. That's my sister. Thank you, Bethany, for the $2 super chat. This case is how I found you. Shout out to you. Thank you, Shadow Man, for the $9.99 super sticker. Shout out to you. Thanks so much. I don't know. He could get parole. He could not. It's really just going to depend how much time he actually gets. You know, I don't really know. I really don't know. There is no federal parole. Got it. What about probation? What about probation? It's the same thing. I don't really know. Tony said he needs that 11 years. Eric said he's getting 70 months. The prosecutor said, okay, you don't like that other case? What about this case? Judge Kimba Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case. It has many aggravating factors. As to Cassie, he hit her and stomped on her. New York Times has another new update. Christy Slavic, a prosecutor, sought to counter the defense's narrative that freak-offs with male escorts were entirely consensual. And simply the way that Diddy and his girlfriends enjoy doing things. No, no, no. The prosecutor recalled testimony from the trial in which an escort heard Diddy beating one of his girlfriends, Cassie, in a room adjacent to where they were freaking off. And Jane, another former girlfriend who testified under a pseudonym, begged Diddy to let her use protection while doing the freak-offs. He wouldn't let her. These relationships were abusive, Your Honor, said Christie, the prosecutor. The video, the prosecutor says, the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, Your Honor, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, slapped her. A little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, Your Honor, they said they owned the violence. We own it, they said. So why aren't they still owning it today? This is what's considered in sentencing an aggravating factor, and it can enhance how long you spend in jail, and most likely will. Very likely will. We have a new update from the Washington Post. Diddy already booked speaking events. A rumble just went through the courthouse press room as a prosecutor talking about Diddy's lack of remorse told the court that he has booked speaking engagements in Miami as soon as next week. He's ready to start making that money, girl. He needs to start harvesting that energy and doing the reputation rehabilitation tour immediately. Told the court he's booked speaking engagements in Miami as soon as next week, even as he waits to find out whether he will be in prison then. That is the height of hubris, Your Honor. That is the opposite of demonstrating respect for the law. It is crazy. Why did he do that? To rub it in the judge's face? Like, I mean, He said admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability, Your Honor. Freak offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have relations with strangers. He made them do it. Ooh, you know, he's sitting in there about to blow a gasket. Ooh, you know he's mad. It does show he hasn't been reformed. Like, he still does have this I rules for thee, not for me mentality. He still has this, oh yeah, like people want to hear my struggles. People want to hear about my success, Your Honor. They want to hear about me, 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 me. That's what he just wants to do all day. So that shows he hasn't really done too much spiritual resetting as he tries to claim. Like becoming possessed by more legions of demons in the MDC is not a spiritual reset like what you're trying to say. He had an escort Dubai Porty Potty in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes it very clear that she still has nightmares and flashbacks to this day, Your Honor, and he wants to go next week and do speeches so people can freaking clap for him like he's some martyr? Cassie still has scars on her body. Jane's texts make it clear her anguish and trauma. She did not make an impact statement. I'm going to look for more sources because like these are kind of trickling in at this point. Do we have CNN? CNN's a good one. Or, I mean, fake news, but like, you know, they do updates. Let's see. That's why I do a lot of them too, so we can kind of compare the different things being said. Okay. All right, so we'll go back a few posts. This one's 12 minutes ago, CNN. Diddy's respect for the law is just lip service. Prosecutor said defendant doesn't appreciate or understand the gravity of his criminal conduct. He doesn't grapple with how his actions got him here. His respect for the law is just lip service. He has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. This is the height of hubris, Your Honor. The judge says he doesn't see a reason to deviate from advisory sentencing range. The judge said the advisory sentencing range is 70 to 87 months, or between just under 6 years to just over 7 in prison. And he says he doesn't really see a reason to deviate from that range. The judge also said guidelines allow the court to impose a fine ranging from $25,000 to $250,000. Prosecutors are now giving their statement, and the defense will have a chance to present afterward. The judge has started setting expectations around the sentencing, and here's what to know. The judge gave insights into how he's approaching today's sentencing hearing for Diddy. Here's what he has said before the prosecution began. Here's the factors he will consider. The judge said he's found that the court may consider acquitted conduct. That's the biggest loss for Diddy so far today. Among other factors, he can consider this when sentencing Diddy. The defense has opposed this idea, arguing for a lenient sentence for Diddy. So Diddy has opposed it, but the judge said, yeah, no, I can definitely talk about your violence and your coercion. Yes, I can. The judge will also consider the accepted range of 70 to 87 months. So most likely, I think there's a greater than 50% chance that Diddy is going to be sentenced to between 5 to 7 years. I've been thinking that. This just kind of confirms that even more. Also, the characterization of some witnesses as victims, the defense objected to the characterization of Cassie and Jane as victims. They rejected considering the male escorts as statutory, quote, victims. The judge overruled that objection, though, saying that the evidence in trial established they were transported for the purpose of engaging in a commercial S act. And he can consider whether or not Diddy is sorry. The defense objected to the same report, not giving Diddy credit for acceptance of responsibility. The judge said Diddy has challenged whether or not he is in fact guilty. And while he has expressed remorse for some things, he hasn't expressed remorse as to what he's actually been convicted of, which is transporting people to engage in prostitution. And he also said, I'll never commit another crime again, but did he say I'll never do another freak off again? Christy Slavic, a prosecutor, said that one of Diddy's main strategies at trial was, quote, owning domestic violence, while disputing that the abuse extended to S trafficking. He owned that violence only insofar as it benefited him, Your Honor. It's clear by this point in the hearing that these admissions of violence are not going to help him in the context of sentencing. We have an update from CNN. Prosecutor said this is not just a simple transportation case. She just walked through some similar precedential cases, noting other defendants have received significant sentences. Quote, even though the defendant wants to frame this as a simple transportation case, that's not what it is. The prosecutor said this case includes aggravating factors, including uncontested violence, admitted conceded violence. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted, and it was real, and it was serious. He downplays the abuse. He downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it wasn't rare. Cassie's testimony was he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of defendant with injuries. And I promise you, if there was photos of Diddy with an injury, they would have got brought up at trial. He blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he's the victim. He hasn't accepted any responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane when he was 54 years old. Y'all, the information he provided to his expert was incomplete. Is that why the expert did not testify? Look at this one right here. It's really sad to watch people become uglier and uglier because of their actions. Because she was like a cute girl just a couple years ago, but you start turning into looking like a gremlin. Argue with your mama, don't argue with me. Since I have been walking in my purpose, I have gotten only more and more beautiful. Go look at me from 5 years ago. I'm way prettier today. And it's because I'm doing the right thing every chance I get. Sometimes I deviate, I try. I should try to do the right thing every chance I get. But when you do ugly things and you have ugly, disgusting, despicable morals, the outside of your body starts to look like it. That's just the truth. Argue with your mama, don't argue with me. It's just the truth. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's the truth. Look at her. She wasn't always looking like she used to be cute. She needs a break and an exorcism. Anyway, while Diddy's conviction on 2 counts will result in a prison sentence, he was acquitted for ST and racketeering that could have put him in jail for life. His acquittal on all but the easiest to prove charges brought under the Mann Act appeared. This is a good article. His acquittal on the more serious charges, it kind of seemed to vindicate his defense team's strategy at trial. And his defense strategy at trial was to admit he was flawed. He was abusive, but to deny that he coerced his girlfriends into unwanted relations or engaged in the RICO. Over 28 days of testimony, federal prosecutors called witness after witness who gave compelling accounts of harrowing violence, acts of intimidation, and voyeuristic SE. X in hotel rooms with oceans of baby oil. Diddy, they said, was the ringleader. Investigators detailed for the jury raids at Diddy's mansions in Miami Beach and LA, where they carted away several AR-15 style guns and illicit narcotics. People who worked for Diddy testified that they had procured substances for him or had witnessed his physical abuse of a former girlfriend. In the face of this evidence, the defense presented a case that lasted less than half an hour. Diddy declined to testify and no other witnesses were called. The rapid turnaround was startling after 6 weeks of trial. The first conclusion I'm going to ask you to reach, Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lawyer, said to the jury, is that this case is badly exaggerated. The racketeering conspiracy statute under which Diddy was charged was designed to combat organized crime, like the mafia, though it has been expanded into cases involving sexual offenses such as R. Kelly and the cult leader Keith Raniere, which Mark Agnifilo defended him too. Prosecutors sought to prove that Diddy had coerced 2 women into marathon sexual encounters with male prostitutes, using substances to keep them awake, threats to keep them compliant, and loyal employees to facilitate the logistics. The defense, Diddy's side, maintained that these sessions were consensual, albeit kinky, affairs involving long-term girlfriends, and asserted that Diddy's entourage of assistants and bodyguards was a far cry from a mob or a mafia. By the time the government rested, the defense had already set out a vast majority of its defense by engaging in vigorous and often lengthy cross-examinations of witnesses. Diddy's lawyers sought to reframe what the government presented as evidence of women cowed into abusive relationships as the more complicated workings of a consensual, if not unconventional, adult relationships. The prosecution highlighted the effects of Diddy's behavior on the women involved in the freak-offs at the heart of this conviction. In a letter to the judge, Cassie wrote that she still has nightmares and flashbacks and continues to require psychological care to cope with the horrific memories of sexual and emotional abuse. Jane, a former girlfriend who testified under a pseudonym, did not write a public letter to the judge, but like Cassie, was also driven to suey thoughts because of Diddy's conduct. We have another update from CNN. Diddy inflicted life-changing abuse on his victims. The abuse that Cassie suffered at the hands of Diddy was pervasive, the prosecutor said. The video of Diddy assaulting Cassie in 2016 was played multiple times at trial, and it never got easier to see, she added. She also noted that was in a public hallway in broad daylight. Imagine how much worse it was, Your Honor, behind closed doors. Both Cassie and Jane suffered a, quote, deeply intimate and personal harm. She added that Cassie's victim impact statement makes clear she's still grappling with the consequences of his abuse The horrors of what she endured drove her to have unalive, self-inflicted thoughts, which she almost acted on. Jane's texts and notes that were shown at trial demonstrate the anguish and the trauma that she experienced in her relationship with the defendant. The defendant's abuse was consistent, casual even, but life-changing for the people on the bruised end of it. And he still does not accept responsibility. I mean, that's the big issue that I'm having with it. I believe people can be reformed. I believe people can be sorry. I don't believe Diddy is. The prosecution cast skepticism on Diddy's letter. They drag in his letter. He wrote in the letter, "My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden I will have to forever carry." The prosecutor said he seemed to be casting himself as a victim. This is not a person who has accepted responsibility. I said the same thing. What about the burden Cassie has to carry? Sick. It's just sick. Pathetic. The prosecutor accuses Diddy, this is CNN.com, of victim blaming. The prosecutor said the defense's argument was that Diddy's relationships were mutually toxic. She said that's nothing more than victim blaming. The defendant doesn't stop at blaming his victims either. He also claimed it was substances, alcohol, psychological challenges. It was anything but him. It was anything but his fault. The doctor wrote him a prescription, wrong prescription. Even in his submission last night, Your Honor, his remorse was qualified. She pointed to lines in his letter to the judge that indicated his domestic violence was a burden he had to bear, saying that he was making it sound like he's the victim in this scenario. The prosecutor said there's reasons to question that he's ready to move on from his previous conduct, adding that his victims don't have that luxury of moving on so quickly. One new update from Washington Post. Free game with Diddy coming to a correctional center near you? Hope not. Diddy has been teaching a class at the Brooklyn jail where he has been held since September 2024. And it has gotten rave reviews, per his attorneys. The 6-week-long course called Free Game with Diddy is designed to equip participants with essential skills in business management, entrepreneurship, and personal development, according to the class plan submitted by Diddy's defense as part of their sentencing filing. Per the course outline, the 2-hour classes offered exclusive insights, like it's a TMZ meeting or something in the jail, tracing his rise from humble beginnings to becoming a globally recognized icon and influential business mogul. So the way he was coping with being in federal prison was to talk about himself and make himself a prison celebrity inside the prison. The class has revolved around themes such as successful people do what unsuccessful people won't do, like criminal trafficking or something else. Excuse me, not trafficking, criminal transportation or something else. You make money, but you can't make time, and nothing happens overnight. There was also a bonus class called Can't Stop, Won't Stop, a play on one of Diddy's signature ad-libs during his time as an artist and producer. A Spanish interpreter was present, so everyone who wanted to participate had an opportunity to do so. The course was referenced as evidence of Diddy's positive changes, arguing to the court that he's a humbled man. He's so humble that he has a class named after him and he's talking about himself to people as a class. Okay, yeah, sounds real humble. So humble. Despite many professional successes, his attorneys said in their filing, he counts his free game course as one of the most impactful and important endeavors of his life. His attorneys included glowing reviews from the inmates who got to leave their regular inmate life to go do some bullshit with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Of course, they're going to like it. Because of this class, I have a purpose. Well, then you should stay teaching it for the next 11 years then, bitch. Since that's your purpose, stay over there teaching it in the MDC. Something to look forward to every day. He teaches the class every day. Who gets this special treatment beside him is what I want to know. Even behind bars, I have witnessed this man do magical things, said somebody. He's brought unity to all races and ethnic groups, no matter the background. I tell you one thing, that's the truth. All races and ethnic backgrounds have come together to admonish this man. That is true. He plans to scale up the program upon release. He's going to extend it to youth in the community. Leave kids alone. Leave kids alone. Ew. 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 Someone asked for the break. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. What? UN sexploitation in UN vehicle? Video leaked to inner city press. What'll UN of our cover up Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who has banned inner city press for 721 days and counting for asking about his financial links to UN briber? Turning to the UN during the break, y'all, there's a video. Oh my God, he's going there. Okay, so we're back on inner city press. I'm going to read the remaining tweets here. He blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He has not accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane when he was 54 years old. The prosecutor goes on. Stitution causes other problems too, Your Honor. It happens out of view of the public. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims, but also to the public, that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers with your ruling, Your Honor. At least 135 months are necessary. Apparently, Mark Agnifilo asked for a break, and they took a break. New update from New York Times. The prosecution has finished its argument for a stiff sentence, and the court is on a short break before the defense takes over in a moment. Two new updates from NBC News. Ten minutes ago, NBCnews.com, prosecutors say Diddy did more than just transport people for S relations. Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic urged the judge to view Diddy's conviction as more than acts of transporting people for SE. You know what? But also as aggression that should draw long prison sentences. Diddy did not deny kicking or throwing Cassie to the ground. He even downplays these acts of violence. The prosecutor said in her arguments, this type of harm is real. It's deeply intimate and personal. 6 minutes ago, NBCnews.com, prosecution hammers home how Diddy affected his victims. While Diddy has said that he has moved on and now has full control of his anger, even though he himself has also said he's working on it as a journey. Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic argued in court that victims of Diddy cannot just move on like he has, and they testified that they are still picking up the pieces. She again reiterated that Diddy has not accepted any responsibility for his actions. He's downplayed abuse. He's blamed everyone but himself. The abuse was not rare, she said. He was violent with Cassie at any perceived slight. She pointed to the freak-offs that were frequently discussed in testimony. His violence is something the public must be protected from, Your Honor. There was nothing mutual about the dynamic of these relationships. The defendant had all the power. You notice he wasn't dating a Queen of England. You know what I mean? He wasn't dating the daughter of a mob boss. He wasn't dating the president's daughter. He wasn't doing this to people who had power. He had all the power in these relationships. Hello? You saw photos of them with bruises, Your Honor. but no such photos like that of him. Three new updates from CNN. Four minutes ago, the defense will begin its presentation after a short break. Prosecutor finished her presentation. The defense will begin after a short break. Diddy spoke with his attorneys in the courtroom before heading for a bathroom break, tapping his chest toward friends in the galley. Right. This is why it's so hard for the actual members of the public to get in there, because they pack the courtroom. They pack the courtroom. He's chest beaten. The one day I managed to make it in, which is my constitutional right, he had to pray. He had to stop and have a prayer meeting beforehand. Diddy spoke. Okay. 5 minutes ago, CNN.com. We're still waiting to learn what Diddy's sentence will be. Here are all the possibilities we're watching. Unsurprisingly, the sentencing requests by the defense vary greatly. Each count for which Diddy was convicted carries a maximum of 10 years in prison. Federal prosecutors want 11.25 years. The defense wants 1 more month. If the judge agrees to the defense lawyer's request, he'd essentially guarantee Diddy's immediate release from federal detention. The court's probation department, meanwhile, recommended 70 to 87 months for the disgraced music mogul. The judge earlier today said he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the guidelines suggested by the probation department. We won't know for sure what the final sentence will be until it's actually said in court. Diddy gave a thumbs up as he walked back to his seat, smiling and nodding, tapping his chest, giving a thumbs up. My God. The courtroom is packed with reporters, supporters for Combs, and maybe 2 members of the public who are not Diddy supporters. Court is back in session, and the defense team is starting its presentation. The judge is back on the bench. Defense attorney Jason Driscoll is beginning his presentation now. Multiple defense attorneys are expected to speak on Diddy's behalf. Driscoll said he would be addressing sentencing disparities. He's the little nerd. He's like the little brainiac that also looks like a gremlin. Diddy signals hearts to his family in court. Okay, he's got the hearts coming to the family in court. Diddy left the courtroom during a quick 5-minute break. He returned shortly after, hugging his attorneys and making heart hand gestures to his family. Okay. We have an update from New York Times. A surprise appearance in court this morning. I'm not surprised. I expected her to show up. Gina is here. She wasn't called as a witness, but in a letter to the judge ahead of Diddy's sentencing, Gina disavowed the idea she was a victim. I felt pressured to feel like a victim, she wrote. I told them I was not, but they insisted I was. On Friday, she entered the courtroom alone and sat in a black folding chair on the back row, keeping her hands mostly clasped on her lap and not appearing to speak with anyone. For his part, she's going to talk. She's going to speak. For his part, Diddy sat mostly still during the government's statement, hands on his lap listening, but his head snapped up when the prosecutor said he had booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. So when the prosecutor said this is the definition of hubris, this is the height of hubris, this man has things scheduled for next week, that's when Diddy popped his head up. Girl. I don't know if Gina's allowed to speak if they didn't previously ask for her to speak. They didn't say she was going to be speaking, but she is there in court, according to New York Times. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. And this little nerd is going to stand up and try to argue with this judge like the judge didn't already hear all this and think about all this already. But here we go. They're back. And now it's Diddy's lawyer, Jason Driscoll. Isn't Jason Driscoll? Yeah, he's like the white one, right? The one that looks like a gremlin. He looks like he might be genetically related to the other gremlin on the team, Alexandra Shapiro, and they both got ugly for just having an ugly heart. Yeah. I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidance can create disparities. Woo! Okay, hold on. Stop. If I'm Diddy's lawyers, I'm saying, please rely on the guidance. Because if you're going to stand up here and argue that the judge should go beneath the 5-year guidance from the probation office, guess what? You're also arguing that the judge is allowed to go beyond it as well. Stupid. They are so stupid. Where's Stevie J at? Gina must need her rent. Gina's ugly too. She's ugly too for showing up. Ugly on the inside makes you ugly on the outside. Please refrain from comments that include violent acts. It's not appropriate. It also may trigger someone in the chat who has experience. It also may get me in trouble, and I don't condone it, so please don't. Gina Huynh is there, yes. Instantly ew. The thing is too, like under the law, like it doesn't matter, like truly, I know this is going to sound inhumane or whatever, but like I'm just telling y'all reality, the faster that you just come to terms with it, the better. It doesn't matter at all if a victim of a violent crime believes they're a victim. I'm not saying Gina is, because Gina's part of it wasn't really even like considered in the whole thing. So I'm not saying like Gina is a victim, but Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, for example, he doesn't think he's a victim either, but the judge just ruled this morning and ordered that he is in fact a victim for purposes of sentencing. So it really doesn't matter like truly at all if somebody considers themselves to be a victim or if somebody considers themselves to be a statute, or it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all whether she thinks the definition applies to her or not. He's saying, this is Diddy's lawyer, Jason Driscoll. I think this is the little white one. I'm grateful, Your Honor, to be talking. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. Okay, so then we should go outside of them and give him 11 and a half years. He said the Department of Justice has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Diddy did not make a penny from this, Your Honor. The Jordan case that the government tries to rely on, it's not comparable to what we're looking at here. In that case, the defendant had already served 8 years in Cuba for S crimes. This was his second chance in that case. He also made $1.4 million. Do you know how many S acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Diddy's offense was nothing like that. 3 of this previous, they're trying. So the prosecution has used this Jordan case, United States versus Jordan, to say that he got a long sentence, Your Honor, on the Mann Act alone. So you should give Diddy a long sentence. But Diddy's side is saying, no. Our case, nothing like that. That guy made $1 million off of this stuff. Diddy didn't make a penny. Actually, he lost money. Also, in that other case, 3 of that guy's victims reported unwanted relations. One was unwantedly R word, after being on substances. I think that the evidence kind of showed that happened here as well, right? Didn't Jane say something was pushed into her mouth and then she was forced into a FO? Luxury Bucket List said it is clear Diddy is providing purpose and meaning to prisoners. True reform for those prisoners is possible. I want to keep their new teacher in place for another 4 years at least. That's a good point, Nicole. We really don't know. I don't know if Diddy made money on this or not. How do I know he didn't make money on this, actually? Gina certainly portrayed herself as a victim on that Tasha K interview, didn't she? Please like the video. Please like the video. I feel like that's what they said Diddy did too. So maybe it is kind of like that case. Okay, we have a new update from New York Times. 5 minutes ago, New York Times. It's now Diddy's side's turn to argue that Diddy deserves a sentence for allowing his Sorry. It is now the defense's turn to argue that Diddy deserves a sentence allowing for his near immediate release from jail. Jason Driscoll, one of Diddy's lawyers, started by trying to position his client's convictions under the Mann Act on the lowest end of the spectrum of severity. The Mann Act, which makes it a federal crime to transport people across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, is often used to prosecute defendants who profited from commercial operations, or exploited minors, or transported so-called, quote, vulnerable victims, which would include undocumented immigrants. And so, Diddy didn't take advantage of people in the worst ways imaginable, so he should get to walk out today. 16 minutes ago, Washington Post said the government is asking the court to consider Diddy's violence. It is not a simple transportation case, the prosecutor said. The violence is uncontested, she said, adding that the evidence is largely undisputed because of how pervasive it was. The prosecutor had recounted graphic testimony of Cassie and another ex, Jane, noting that the violence was so frequent it was even casual. The prosecutor referenced the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel video showing Diddy striking and kicking Cassie in an elevator bank. The defense's central theme during the trial was owning the abuse, owning the violence, she said. She accused Diddy of doing so only as it benefited him and grossly downplayed the violence against these women and other alleged victims. The superficiality of that claim couldn't be more clear, Your Honor. The government finished its presentation. It wanted 135 months. They took a 5-minute break. Mark Agnifilo will speak first, but he didn't speak first. Driscoll went first. When Diddy arrived in the courtroom this morning, he had a serious expression. He appeared nervous as he faced the gallery to quietly greet members of his family who were in the third row. Yeah, he was looking around for that surprise witness, probably. Members of the gallery are under strict orders not to speak or react during the proceeding. And they're going to be, yes, they're going to be doing it, y'all. I was in there. I know. The courtroom is full with additional spectators in overflow rooms watching video feeds. One new update. Defense begins its bid to shorten Diddy's prison sentence. 1 minute ago from NBC News, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo stepped to the podium to launch the defense's bid for a shorter prison sentence. Prosecutors are seeking an 11-year, 3-month prison sentence, while the defense just wants him to walk free like next week. The performer and music executive was taken into custody September last year. Note, as Diddy's lawyer Driscoll goes on about United States versus Dylan Jordan, Inner City Press has put up an extra about that case, which it covered on X for subscribers here. Oh, I'm subscribed. I'll go over there later. Here's the extra. I won't read it because y'all need to go subscribe. I don't want to give away something for free. That's his bag. That's his job. There's more than enough to talk about between Diddy, Lively, Baldoni, all the subpoenas, and I hope that, and then the Alexander brothers, Luigi Mangione, La Luz del Mundo, Google it. And this local New York City scoop, bravo to Inner City Press for your coverage. Would love for you to join us live sometime. We owe you major for all you do. Oh, yeah, let me retweet that too. I'm going to say me too. I want to have him on there too. Oh, shoot. Come on now. Andy Popcorn Planet had tweeted it. Hold on. I lost my little spot here. Where is that tweet? I'm going to give him his little flowers. Okay. So let's go back to the updates. There's another case, Your Honor, with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. The defendant in that case got 18 months. He was released after 9 months. Then there's another case, 18 CR 2320376 from the Southern District of Florida, which has nothing to do with me or this case. They generated $1.8 million. He got 15 months. Well, I mean, all I'm learning over there is that they're not giving people enough jail time. I mean, on those, so what? They should have gave him more time. We have an update from CNN. Defense attorney said Sean Combs did not make a single cent off his Mann Act conduct. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is all pointless. It's useless and it's stupid. It has nothing to do with anything. The commercial purpose means, did someone get paid? The judge already said that. Did someone get paid? Yes or no? If yes, money changed hands, it's commercial. Does it matter if Diddy made the money, spent the money, gave the money, donated the money? Nope. Does it matter if Diddy was robbed of the money? No, it was for a commercial purpose. Diddy knew he was handing that money over for the purpose of an S act, and that is all the statute requires. I am saying this because the judge said it. It doesn't have anything to do with whether he made money. Commercial purpose doesn't have shit to do with whether he made money. Nothing. 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 They got these nerds with their little degrees up here trying to argue something that don't have anything to do with anything. He said that the judge sentencing within the established range would be exacerbating the sentencing disparities as to the Mann Act sentences. What about the disparities for victims that don't get any justice? Because here's the other issue too, right? Like there's already the beginning issue of like Cassie and Jane ain't getting justice. Okay, Cassie for sure. So fine. All right. But what about like future victims of future crimes? Future victims of future crimes that say like, look, if they didn't get Diddy for what he did to Cassie, you are never going to get my ass up on a stand. Never. For what? Gina turned out to be the smartest one of all of them, if you really think about it, because she got to stay in the good graces while everybody else has to now look over their shoulder for the rest of their freaking life, thinking, is Diddy or a Diddy goon going to show up? No victim I can think of is going to want to be rushing down to the Southern District to tell them anything that happened to them. Period. It's just not going to happen. The charges he was convicted, he's a convicted criminal. The charges he was convicted of, 2 counts of transportation to engage in an S act for commercial purposes, stem from the Federal Mann Act, which criminalizes transporting people across state lines for prostitution. Period. That's it. That's it. That's the end. Criminalizes transporting people across state lines for prostitution. Diddy should have said, oops, I didn't realize I could get in so much trouble for that. I won't do that anymore. No, that's not what he's doing. He has torn down, attacked, harassed, and bullied, in my opinion, these women, these people who dared to speak out against him. They're not going to get justice for sure. For sure. Driscoll is knocking a case cited as precedent by the government in which a man convicted on these charges profited over $1 million for prostituting women. Previously, he had been convicted in Cuba for doing the same thing, but in that case, the defendant was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The prosecutors, though, have acknowledged Diddy didn't profit from the stuff he was doing. That's not the point. Quote, Sean Combs did not make a single cent off this Mann Act conduct. Aggravating factor is completely off the table in this case. It makes me kind of actually also sad that truly innocent people who truly did nothing wrong will never, ever, ever be able, many of them will never be able to get this kind of defense. And it's like innocent people are sitting in jail for much longer, for much, much less. Just now, New York Times, there's no question that the particular facts of this case are unusual in the scope of Mann Act prosecutions. Diddy was convicted of arranging travel for men, some of them hired through an online escort service to have relations with his girlfriends while he watched, did things to himself, and sometimes filmed. There has been a disagreement between the prosecution and the defense over how Diddy can be categorized in the traditional lexicon that applies to prostitution. Was he best classified as a John or a customer of prostitution services? Or was he most akin to a pimp? Because as the government argued, he exploited and controlled women. When asked by the judge about that dispute, the defense replied that Diddy cannot be compared to a pimp because he did not make money from prostituting women. But the judge disagreed. The judge said, okay, well, still the Mann Act still applies. What the hell? Okay. Okay. So Diddy's lawyer goes on. The average sentence is 6.7 months, Your Honor. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mold of your bleep. The rest of you ain't worth bleep. The judge said, yeah, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason, try again. He said, well, Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years, and we think that is inappropriate. That is actually a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13 CR 294. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. So the judge is saying he's getting more than 6 months, Jason. I think that's kind of what I take from that. In John cases, so they're trying to say he's a John, not a pimp. So in the cases where Johns have been convicted, they're sentenced to about 6.5 months, where a John is a procurer of services. So like you pull up and you say, hey, get in the car, how much, whatever, you do the act. That's crazy to me. That the average sentence is 6.5 months. That seems like a lot. It actually seems like a lot. And that's just the person who's just using the service. But Diddy was kind of like quasi-pimp, quasi-pimp, quasi-John. It's kind of hard to put him in a concrete category because it is true he wasn't himself like interfacing, touching with the entertainers. But that being said, he was doing S acts on himself in the same room. So I would consider him to be engaging in S acts. But all of this stuff comes down to like, what would you consider a John? What would you consider a pimp? And the judge is going to have to look at cases that have already been decided, but also, think about what's going to be the easiest to uphold and all of that, because they're going to appeal. It's getting appealed. So the lawyer said, okay, here's another case. The defendant in Riggs got 2 years. It's 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. According to who? The Gremlin? 3553 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities, I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. The judge is like, yeah, okay, who's next? Next. Because he's not a John. Their whole argument depends on him just simply picking up a substitute. That he did way more than just that. Way more than just that. Arranging for travel, paying for travel, getting other people to say approving or not approving certain ones, requesting certain ones, like having the audacity to tell the service, Cowboy for Angel, that he should get a discount because he's a customer all the time. I mean, he did way more than simply picking somebody up and having relations. It way more. Okay. So now Alexandra Shapiro, Nicole Westmoreland. Nicole Westmoreland, a fan favorite, everybody likes her. She wants to focus on something entirely irrelevant. Entirely irrelevant. She wants to do a little PR push. She's already going to hell anyway. So what's one more PR push for a demon? Who cares? She said, I want to focus on the inspiration Diddy has given throughout his life. This is stupid. Also, it's a stupid thing to argue in front of this judge again, because if Diddy has been an inspiration for people, what's to stop them from being inspired by his freak-off conduct? Oh, you mean to tell me if I do what Diddy did and sit in the corner and force my girlfriend to do and coerce my girlfriend to do certain things and coerce people and threaten them and blackmail them, I might only just have to stay in jail for 1 year? Oh, they might be inspired by that too, Nicole. And you're just reminding the judge how inspiring he is. Also, I want to focus on the commitment that he made while in the prison. Diddy was successful, but he used it to help others and coerce women into prostitution with escorts. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And all of these are reasons why he should be given an enhanced sentence, because so people don't copycat. You want to do a freak off like that? Okay. Take your 5 to 7. Take your 5 to 7. Somebody said he touched many more lives that I can cover. Somebody said, yeah, that's why we're here today. Okay, we got 2 new updates from CNN. The Mann Act has been repeatedly mentioned in court today. I don't care about that. Okay. Arguing for a lenient sentence, the defense argues that Diddy's conviction doesn't compare to many Mann Act cases, but he's not a John. He's more akin to a pimp than a John, even if he didn't make money. There was a commercial purpose. That is already what the judge has said. Defense attorney Jason Driscoll is continuing to refer to other Mann Act convictions, that is, cases where people were convicted of transporting people across state lines for prostitution. He's doing this to argue for a lenient sentence. The charges Diddy was convicted of, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, stem from the federal Mann Act. Driscoll, the lawyer, said he reviewed more than 900 Mann Act cases. He said that the victims share common themes. Many are immigrants, homeless, substance addicts, or mentally ill. Well, Jane or Cassie definitely became addicted to drugs, so that she was, again, they're making it harder for their own client by mentioning this stuff. A lot of these victims said that they had developed PTSD, anxiety, depression. That's a mental illness. That is. So Diddy follows right along in this pattern. And they're, again, hurting their own client's case doing this. Profit motive is essential in these cases because many defendants are pimps making a living off people they exploit, Driscoll said. Diddy wouldn't be considered a pimp because he didn't make money. He didn't do it for any type of personal gain. Well, that's not true. There was some type of personal gain. It just wasn't financial. Try to keep up. Try to keep up. Driscoll said that the defense identified 4 cases in which, quote, Johns were convicted and sentenced for Mann Act conduct. The average sentence was 6.5 months. The defense has argued that Diddy should go home, should get no more than 14 months. Essentially, time has already been served. Wow. So we're getting some more information here about the letter that was submitted that talks about Diddy's speaking engagement that he had lined up as early as next week. But guess what, y'all? He's got 5 speaking engagements this month. 5 speaking engagements this month. This is from NBC News 1 minute ago. A prosecutor lashed out at Diddy for allegedly acting in the height of hubris and booking speaking engagements starting next week, assuming a short prison sentence. That is the height of hubris, and that is the opposite of the rule of law. In a letter filed with the court yesterday by a Miami nonprofit, okay, so I thought it was law enforcement or something. It's, I guess, some type of nonprofit. The group said Diddy already has speaking engagements set for October 14th, 17th, 23rd, 25th, and 29th. That is crazy. I would give him an extra year just for this. It shows how completely not sorry and not seriously he takes this. Freaking crazy. This is crazy. He has speaking engagements set for October 14th, 17th, 23rd, 25th, and 29th. It is the height of hubris. It really is. Defense Combs is no pimp. Diddy is no pimp, his defense says, because he made no money from the freak-offs he organized over the last 15 years. The government had compared Diddy to a pimp in its argument for a heavier sentence. Defense attorney Jason Driscoll said he has read all 900 cases of the Mann Act convictions available on Pacer. And he says Diddy's case is categorically different. So maybe he needs more time. His case is categorically different, so maybe he needs more than 6 months. Nicole Westmoreland is now at the lectern speaking on behalf of Diddy. She indicated she will talk about his life and career accomplishments, as well as the many people he has positively impacted. None of that has anything to do with did he do the crime and should he go to jail. The defense is now discussing the help and inspiration they say Diddy has given other people. Nicole Westmoreland is starting her presentation now and says she'll focus on the help and inspiration Diddy has given others through his life. She'll also discuss and the commitment that Diddy made while he is being held at the jail. Diddy's starting his own record label as a black young male back when that was almost kind of jokeable. And he pissed it all away. He threw it all away. He had the audacity to do it anyway. Yeah, good for him. And that ain't the only freaking thing he had the audacity to do, is it? Because if he had only just was a young black man that started a record label, we wouldn't be here today. There was a whole lot of other audacity that had to pile up along the way. And that had to do with accumulating several victims. He changed the industry. He changed the culture. I think for the worse. I think all of the contributions that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs has made to the world have made our culture in America. That's one thing's been pissing me off lately. A lot of people try to act like I'm not a lot, a few, try to act like I'm not allowed to talk about this because not my culture. Fuck you and fuck off. Why was Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs on all that on Nickelodeon when I'm 11, 12 years old then, stupid? They should have kept his ass off Nickelodeon. They should have kept his ass off the Disney Channel. They should have definitely kept Britney Spears out of public appearances with him. If y'all want to now call it not my culture, then you shouldn't have been making goddamn money off of me and people that look like me, grooming people that look like me and people that don't for the last 30 fucking years. Oh, it's my culture, baby boy and baby girl. And guess what? I have some things to say about it. His contributions to the culture have been piss poor, asinine, bucolic. It changed countless individuals' lives, sure did. Because if Diddy could do it, they can too. You mean transporting people for the purposes of prostitution? A federal crime? Getting convicted of it and not serving really any jail time? If Diddy did it, they can too. We need a deterrence factor out here. These people are going to hell. They're going to hell. They're going to hell. They're going to hell. New York Times. Another lawyer for Diddy, Nicole Westmoreland, a black woman, broke down in tears while discussing the mogul's importance, probably because her bonus depends on it. Because it certainly isn't because she's got a freaking heart or a conscience. If she did, she wouldn't be able to talk to victims up there on the stand like she does. So maybe her bonus depended on shedding a tear or something. You don't have to be signed to a label. You just have to be signed by a label. Or a federal informant like his daddy, apparently, allegedly. That's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I wasn't there. He was dead before I was born. And he sounded like he was a cancer and a blight on our society too. One criminal begot another criminal. And I'm supposed to feel bad. I'm supposed to clap. I'm supposed to arf like a freaking seal about his contributions to the culture, which have done nothing but degrade our society, our culture. Yeah. He needs to rot. Rot. It wasn't just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It bought unity. It inspired change. In spirits, liquor. Look, Your Honor, look at all the contributions he's made to the culture. Liquor. He had a liquor brand. What bad has alcohol done to anyone ever? He had a liquor brand. Look at all the contributions he made to society. He had liquor brand. Liquor. They call it spirits for a reason. Our community finally had a seat at the table. I'm going to stop you right there because it's all our community. It's all our community. And I am sick and goddamn tired of these monsters doing monstrous and demonic atrocities upon people of all races. Were all of Diddy's victims black? Nope. So whose community, bitch? Whose community? Were all of his victims black? Yes or no? The answer's fucking no. The answer's no. So whose community? I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I've been sick and tired of it for years. They want to pull out this bullshit. Our community? Half of my chat is black people admonishing this man. Half of my chat. 2,000 or more black people are in the chat right freaking now saying this man is a monster. And Nicole Westmoreland is standing up here pretending to speak for y'all. Our community loves Diddy. Okay. Get the woman a brain scan. It's aggravating because people fought so freaking hard, y'all. People died. Black people, white people, undocumented people have died. For all Martin Luther King Jr., the whole Black Panther movement, all of that has been to arrive at the day where all of us are treated equally under the law. There is not supposed to be the continuation of this bullshit. It is by default racist against black people. Diddy represents our culture. Debauchery and degeneracy is your culture? You're saying this out loud, and I know you're not telling the truth. I know black people, and they definitely would not claim that. Here, thank you, Ebony. Impasse said, okay, we get it. Dads in the suburbs were wearing Sean John. That's supposed to excuse the high cost of lasting life and mental illness, instability, and freaking gross negligence that he inflicted? So what, he sold a pair of jeans? And all this is for nothing, because the judge is going to give the sentence he's given. They're just showing us who they are. These demons of all races that are representing Diddy. I also find it very, very rich that it's our community this and Black God King that, until it's time to actually hire a lawyer. Then he has no problem with white people. Y'all notice that? All of a sudden, when 80% of his legal team is white as a saltine, all of a sudden it's not given. No, we don't need to give black people those opportunities. Why didn't black people get those opportunities to make these $10 million that these white people have made? Huh? All I'm saying is to pick one. That's all I'm trying to say. All I'm saying is to pick one. Nicole Westmoreland and one other guy. 2 people out of 11 lawyers he got. The other 9's white. So which is it? Pick one. Just pick. That's all I'm trying to say, is just pick one so I can know which side it is. Is it we need to give black people all the opportunities that we possibly can? Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs had the opportunity to give somebody millions, a small black law firm, millions of dollars for his reputation, for his defense. He didn't. He chose to pay white lawyers. And now he wants to our community this, our community that. Okay. It's interesting. Very interesting. Looks to me like racist tokenization. He got Nicole Westmoreland to stand up there and make these statements about black this, black that. That's racism. That's tokenizing a black woman. Why Mark Agnifilo ain't saying this about black people? It's Nicole. He hired her to do this, and she's very good. She can make arguments that aren't this. I'm sick of it. This whole entire day has been about propaganda. I don't give a flying rat's ass if he sold a pair of jeans, okay? What about the people who can't sleep at night because they scared of him? Rightfully and justifiably. We skipping that? Okay. Okay. Got it. I bet you the judge isn't going to skip it. I bet you the judge isn't going to skip it. And I bet you he's sitting there getting just about as aggravated as I am on the inside, because it's like, what are you talking about? What are y'all literally actually freaking doing right now? He's just trying to help. He's just trying to help. He opened charter schools. The motto was Black excellence. Right, we should open whole schools that are based on race. What could possibly go wrong? Forget about Ruby Bridges. Forget about what that baby, 6 years old, had to go through. The trauma, the turmoil, even hearing about it makes me shudder. I can't imagine what she went through all those years ago. To have the opportunity to have the chance to go to a school, not based on her skin color, but based on the content of her character and how good she makes on the tests. Y'all know this wasn't long ago, desegregation. That was about 2 generations ago. Like, some of our grandparents went to segregated schools, and now we're opening schools based on race. And I'm supposed to arf like a seal over that? No. Yes, Black excellence. Great. Wonderful. Love that. Should that be the motto of your freaking school? Teaching children, like I said in that stupid video, Black people start at the bottom. No, y'all don't. No, y'all don't. And that's a harmful thing to teach. Is there racism? Yes. Is there oppression that some races have to overcome because it's built in? Sure. Should we fight against that? Absolutely. And I'm on the front line right there with you. Tell me who's doing it and I'm showing up. Tell me who's doing it and I'm showing up. But telling rooms full of children of any race that their whole race is on the bottom and using that as a reason to get out of jail early when you've been convicted of crimes, it's just preposterous. It's preposterous. And I think anti-American. We shouldn't be talking about any one race is excellent more than the others at a school. I think Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. might have, said some things about that. We should empower Black children for sure. For sure. Like I said, let me find out somebody's doing some discriminating, send it to my email inbox, and I'm first one. I'm coming. I'm coming. But this is crazy. This is degenerated behaviors, and they're trying to get out of jail early because of it. No. He probably harmed those kids by telling them they were at the bottom. Black people are at the bottom. No. Black people are just as capable, just as talented, and just as anything else. Please. God, I think this man needs to be banned from opening a school, if you asking me. Diddy was there. He said, listen, everyone. Nicole starts crying. She's pregnant too, or what? Don't be afraid to dream. Don't be afraid to dream. She's crying. She's crying at the sentencing freaking hearing that the victim was bullied away from speaking at. Exactly. Thank you. God damn. I'm starting to feel like, am I going crazy? This person said, this is one of the weakest approaches I ever saw. Diddy's success, power, and fame is exactly what the prosecution argued allowed him to commit these crimes unchecked. It would actually be wise if the defense focused on his criminal history and accountability for his actions. The defense is actually not helping him at all. They're hurting him. It's just so infuriating. She says, Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say we've helped so many lives? Me. Because when you take the ones he's hurt and subtract from the help, there's probably not much left. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. Well, he's got you under the spell, girl. Defense makes passionate plea for Diddy's freedom. Nicole Westmoreland allowed her emotions to gain control of her in a very unprofessional way in the courtroom today, telling the judge that Diddy occupies a key space in the community. Which community? The community will suffer without him. No, we doing fine. Put a 1 in the chat if you're doing fine without Diddy. Hold on, let me put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you are doing fine without Diddy being out of jail. Okay, I put a 1. Our community finally had a seat at the table and Diddy fucked it up. Our community finally had a seat at the table and Diddy acted a donkey. He acted a ass. He acted stupid. He embarrassed us all because we allowed him to be the representative of the community, right? Oh, Diddy. Oh, yeah, we love Diddy. We love Diddy. He represents us. Oops. He's transporting people. Oh, oops. That's Diddy's fault. Again, Diddy's fault. This is why I don't like that bullshit. Each one person represents their own self, okay? Diddy should not represent all Black people. Want to know why? He acts crazy and degenerated. He's a convicted criminal. A federal sex criminal. Okay? Convicted. Multiple victims. He doesn't represent all Black people, most certainly. And we should not continue on this path. Our community finally had a seat at the table, but then Diddy fucked it up. He gave others an opportunity to have a voice on multiple networks. Great. A way to show his community they are important and issues affecting the Black community are important. All that's fine and true. The community is important. Issues affecting them are important. What does that have to do with Diddy staying his ass right where he is because he's a convicted criminal? What does that have to do with anything? The defense highlights Diddy's involvement in charter schools and a national voter campaign. Nope, I'm not impressed with that either. I'm not impressed with that either. That was so one-sided, vote or die, and with Hillary Clinton. Hot shots on Revolt TV. Y'all ever notice that? Revolt TV is the hot shots. What do you keep in your bag, Hillary Clinton? Hot shots. So that's what he did. I'm supposed to be arfing like a seal. Give him another 5 years just for that shit. Huh. Defense attorney, and before y'all think I voted for the other side, I did not. They're all degenerated. Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland discussed charter schools that Diddy opened. Also, a vote or die campaign that Diddy participated in changed the way voting campaigns happen to this day. So he did some voting propaganda, Your Honor, let him out. This continues a presentation in which Nicole Westmoreland said she's focusing on the help and inspiration Diddy has given others throughout his life. Well, he's inspiring them to do freak-offs now because they all out there celebrating in the streets like, look, look, look. Diddy said he doesn't think anybody's going to be inspired to do, the crimes he did. They're going to be deterred because he was in jail for a year. Do you think, does this guy look deterred? No. Look like he's getting ready to go to a freak off, go to a white party. Got the white shirt. This is a bad argument because it does actually prove the prosecution's point that Diddy was able to get away with what he was able to get away with for all these years, almost 2 decades, because of his power. Nicole Westmoreland told the court that her client spent years helping and teaching young artists to be the best they could. Did he skim any money off the top? Was it a volunteer job, or did he sign them to his label and shelf them? Just wondering. The history is a bit more complicated, Washington Post said. Diddy had high-profile fallouts with several of his artists under Bad Boy Records, including Lox and Mace. Diddy, an influential music producer, has worked with many top artists. Few have spoken out on his behalf since his arrest. Notable exceptions, Ye, previously Kanye West, and Young Thug, who nobody takes seriously or cares about anymore. I mean, he's like a total flop joke at this point, Young Thug. Nicole Westmoreland began crying. She lost complete control of professionalism and decorum in the courtroom. Talking about Diddy. It focused on, and Revolt Media, focusing on social justice. Hashash gave Black journalists the opportunities to have a voice. Okay, that's great. That's fine. What does that have to do with him committing crimes and needing to go to jail? The defense attorney was still teary. She might be pregnant. As she recounted the charter schools Diddy has founded, sniffling as she discussed her client's contributions to society. Is each sniffle worth another $1,000 to the bonus, or what? How many extra dollars does she get for each sniff? That's what I want to know. Another lawyer for Diddy. We already read that. Okay, 6 minutes ago, New York Times, the prosecution called it the height of hubris that Diddy had scheduled speaking engagements for next week. Those dates are summarized in a letter filed to the judge from the founder of a nonprofit focused on helping incarcerated people re-enter society upon their release. It sounds like he needs to be taking the class. Doesn't he need to be re-entering society upon his release? He's going to a class for people that he should be going to the class, and he thinks he can teach it already. It is the height of hubris. It is. Giovanni Saras. Is this a Scientologist? I'm just wondering. Wrote it had secured approval from correctional agencies like Geo Group and community partners to host Diddy as an instructor, teaching virtually and in person. There were 7 engagements already scheduled for this month. Most are set for the Miami area where Diddy lived before he was arrested and held without bail. They are scheduled to focus on entrepreneurship, mentorship, life skills, which what life skills does he have? Can the man even make his own sandwich? I cannot live in clown world for another freaking second. I cannot deal with this. Diddy's attorney, she's still up there sniffing and sniveling. Quote, he's determined, he's focused, and he's remorseful. She's again reiterating the impact Diddy made in people's lives. What about the negative impact he made in people's lives? She's leaving all that out. Mr. Combs is not larger than life. He's just a human being. He's just a man. He's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. Some of y'all have more flaws than others. All right. Judge, how many of us can say we've helped so many lives? Somebody helping that many lives has a responsibility to not hurt lives too. And Diddy needed to exercise that responsibility, which he did not. She pointed out that Diddy has spent decades helping other people beyond just his close circle. It wouldn't be right to take that from him just because he's made mistakes, Your Honor. It wouldn't be right for the court not to consider the years of his life that he has given, that he has inspired, and the countless individuals that he has helped. Yeah, he has inspired them people to act crazy. Westmoreland added that Diddy has been sitting in a jail cell for 13 months, clear-headed and drug-free. He's determined, he's focused, and he's remorseful. I can look the court in the eye and tell you he's remorseful because I spent almost every single day speaking to him, Your Honor. He gets it, plain and simple. He don't get it, though, by his own words. In defending Diddy, his defense attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, spoke about the ways in which he has helped others and inspired those around him, but stressed that her client is not larger than life. He's just a human being. She said everybody makes mistakes. That he has helped so many lives is an important aspect of Combs' life, the lawyer said. It wouldn't be right to take it from him. Somewhere along his way, he lost his journey. Okay, and he found his journey right there in the MDC where he needs to sit. After 13 months in jail, Nicole Westmoreland said her client is clear-headed, drug-free, determined, focused, and remorseful, something the prosecution said they have not seen from not just the prosecution. The judge said he's not remorseful. The judge said he's not remorseful. Nicole Westmoreland standing up here and acting like he needs to walk free today shows that she's not even remorseful. She doesn't even see the gravity of his crimes. Let's go to Inner City Press. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. There's no benefit to warehousing him in prison. Wait, hold on. Isn't the benefit like he's helping the people in the prison? Again, they don't. Diddy's whole team doesn't realize when they're arguing actually against their own client's best interest. It's clear. Oh my God. Mr. Steele. Oh Lord. Quincy. Breaking news. Quincy Brown is testifying. Quincy Brown, the illegitimate son. What's his daddy's name? I'll be sure, son. I'll be sure. And Kim Porter's son is now speaking. All right. Somebody said, sounds like there's more benefit in keeping him in prison. Using his children as if he was a present father and raising them to begin with. We didn't forget how much time he was in those hotels. Thank you. Thank you. But Quincy said, oh, he's transformed. Quincy has not spent one day with this man since he got arrested, meaning Diddy. How does he know if somebody is transformed? The man hasn't been out since September 24, 2024. How are you transformed? He will not jeopardize his freedom again, Your Honor. As his children, we wish to heal together. And listen, I bet y'all do, but your daddy committed the crime. He needs to do the time. Justin steps up. I ask you give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. What in the first grade reading project? Put a one in the chat if your kid came home from school with a little drawing one day. My mommy is the best. My daddy is the best. My daddy is a firefighter. My mommy likes to cook. That's what this sounds like coming from Justin Combs. Hold on. Why my mama telling somebody don't ask a question? Hold on. Who put Mims in timeout? Is that my mama? Don't put Mims in timeout. Andy Popcorn Planet said Robin Greenhill is in court. Breaking news. What? What? Andy Popcorn Planet texted me and told me Robin Greenhill is in court. Oh my God. Hold on. I got to go in the back end and do something real quick. Hold on. That wasn't on my bingo card. Hang on. I need to go in the background and do something. Do, do, do. All right. Hold on. I got to make... Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So somebody texted Andy from inside the courtroom, or who was inside the courtroom and then got their phone, that Robin freaking Greenhill, Britney Spears, Lou Taylor, TriStar Sports and Entertainment, all that, the accountant is in court. Oh my God. Is she going to talk? That's shocking. I'm shocked. Okay. Diddy's sentencing hearing, this is New York Times, Diddy's sentencing hearing opened with rulings by the judge that were largely unfavorable to Diddy. The judge set a sentencing guideline of 70 to 87 months, nearly 6 to just over 7 years, far longer than the maximum 14 months that Diddy wanted. And the judge said that the law permitted him to consider all relevant testimony and evidence from the trial in making his decision. Prosecutors, calling for an even more severe sentence of more than 11 years, portrayed Diddy as an unremorseful buffoon and said that his crimes had hurtful and devastating impact on victims. Diddy's lawyers urged the judge to look at the sentences of similar cases and said that John's were the similar cases, not Pimp's. They said they were arguing for a more lenient sentence and highlighted Diddy's inspirational example as a self-made Black media mogul. Diddy's 6 adult children have gathered around the lectern to address the court. Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Chance Combs, Delilah Combs, and Jesse Combs. They're all seeking to persuade the judge that their father has evolved while in jail and should be given a second chance. He is completely transformed, Quincy said. Our father will never, ever do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Well, unfortunately, Quincy, you are not the decider of that. Your father is. Okay, we're back on Inner City Press. Justin said, I talk to my father every day, every other hour. What? Every other hour he's calling him? Like, these kids are dependent. They need a life. Every other hour he's calling up to the jail to talk to Diddy? That's crazy. Next Christian. This is the mini Diddy. He looks like a Diddy clone. I am the one who most resemble my pops. His pops. My mannerism. My whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world. A convicted criminal, my superhero. Okay. And we're not talking about like a non-violent offense. We're talking about the judge has said it's coercive. Has said there were multiple victims. Greatest man in the world, though. Okay. All right. Christian Combs said, he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Your Honor, I am his twin and he has changed. Okay. Whatever. Then Jesse starts crying. When my mom died, I was just a little girl. I remember, look, pulling on the heartstrings. Hey, Jesse, make sure you talk about your mom. Make sure you talk about Kim. Make sure you bring up your mom. Bring up your mom. Start crying a little bit. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Next, Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed, cries. Sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. Okay. Next is Delilah. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless, Your Honor. Well, maybe your father shouldn't have committed crimes. Who else gets to just whine and cry that they don't want their daddy to go to jail, and then the judge is like, oh, okay, when you put it that way. What about the people going to grow up motherless and fatherless because their mothers and fathers are in a deep depression because of what they went through at first as victims, then what they went through again on the stand, then what they went through again whenever justice was denied? You don't care about their kids? We only supposed to care about the abuser's kids. Got it. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear. And to be clear, just so we're clear, I kind of still do, in a way, feel a little bit bad for them. You know, my dad is dead. I know what it feels like not have your dad around and stuff. So it sucks. It's sad. But like, it's okay. He's a criminal. He's got to go to jail for crimes. I do not understand what these people think they can just cry and get out of jail. What is this? Since when has that worked? Since when has, I promise you one thing, I've never been able to cry and stay out of jail. Certainly never been able to do that. Ridiculous. Your Honor, please. Let us move forward not as a headline, but as a family. Okay, thanks. He's like, that's important. All right. Next. Brian Steele, Diddy's attorney Brian Steele, now wants to play the video. They're calling it the movie. We now want to show the movie. So they're watching that movie. In an emotional series of remarks, Diddy's adult children are taking the microphone one by one to plead with the judge to reunite them with their father. Well, they could be reunited at any moment. They can get in the car and go over there and have visitation hours. So go over there and do that. Chance Combs, his oldest daughter, told the judge that while her father was incarcerated, she has seen changes in him that feel real and lasting. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind and a sense of purpose that I didn't always hear before. So all this is just telling me he's doing a great job in jail and needs to stay there. Because who's going to stop him from doing drugs just like as soon as he walks out the front door? I don't think he's been in there long enough. They about to do a dance? They just don't want to be cut off. They're more tears equals more allowance money or something. Shout out to Dazzler for the 5 Surprise Witness memberships. Shout out to you and Bethany for 1. Thank you so much. Thanks so much to Glennis Bless for the $19.99. BJ, you're doing a fine job. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Guava Berry Moon for the $1.99 super chats. Oh my God, that was Teeny Garagos. That was a jump scare. I know. When you start acting ugly, you start looking ugly. I don't make the rules. Thanks so much, SJ King, for the £5 super sticker. Shout out to Heba becoming a member. Thank you, Hibiscus Rose, for the 1999 super chat. Thank you, BJ, for advocating for DV victims. It is DV Awareness Month. Shout out to the survivors of all atrocities. Thank you, Cindy, for the $4.99 super sticker. Shout out to Nixie, gifting 5. Look at all these. Y'all are making it rain memberships. Thank you, Nixie, for the $5 membership. He recorded these encounters, didn't he? That's a pretty big difference. True. Good point, tripping over trauma. I didn't think of that. Good point. Thank you. Yes. He recorded them. That makes it a little different too. And used it to coerce. And actually the judge did bring it up. He was like, yeah, but the tapes are like, threatening with the tapes is coercion. Thanks so much for the $5 super chats. They're watching the video right now, so it'll probably be about a 10-minute, nothing's going to be said because they're watching the video in court. So I'm catching up on some of these comments. I'm going to catch up on some of the other tabs as well. Thank you, Jenny, for the CHF, $2 CHF. I don't know what that is. Thanks so much, Green Eyes P, for the £5 super chat. BJ, Liverpool loves you, cousin. Yes, shout out to you. You never walk alone. Oh, shout out to Liverpool. That is so cute. You never walk alone. I love that. Thank you, Jenny, for the 5 CHF. Shout out to Constance Stills Brown, member for 4 months. BJ, amen. And thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh my goodness, Nisla. Thank you for the $100 super chat. You have beasted on covering this case. I applaud you and thankful I had you to keep me and others updated always. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the $10 super chat in the heart. Diddy for a Diddy. You're on fire today, BJ. Thank you, Ketchup, for the $1.99. Thank you so much, New Life Plan, for the $49.99 super chat. We need the character references that were submitted for sentencing. Tell me Green Hill wrote one. She only went after you rebuked going. She ain't show up when she thought I was going to be there. Well, she probably also thinks, because there's no RICO, that she's off the hook. Because I think they were trying to pull her in on the RICO. Thank you for the $49.99. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, we do have a new update from the New York Times. Diddy's legal team is showing an 11-minute video that celebrates Diddy as an inspiring figure, running the New York Marathon for charity. He was a philanthropist. It includes segments from throughout Diddy's life, including scenes of him mourning Kim Porter with the golden casket that was pre-ordered or whatever y'all were saying. At times, the video resembles a documentary or perhaps a slickly produced campaign ad. It's propaganda. These exhibits, sometimes called mitigation videos, are not uncommon, though they do tend to be made by wealthier defendants who have the means to produce them. Okay. There's 6 updates from CNN. So let's get into those. Okay. So these next few posts from CNN.com, these updates all kind of focus around what was said by the kids. I'm going to read through them because I want to make sure we don't miss any important quotes or whatever. But this is still, it's going 10 minutes ago from when the kids were making their speeches. We're going to love him unconditionally through his struggles, but in front of you and in front of us, he is a changed man. Our father has learned a major lesson. Week after week, we've seen him evolve, something we haven't seen in 15 years. He's completely transformed. He will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. And as his children, we want to thank you. We only wish to heal together. Well, y'all going to have to start healing while your daddy's in jail. Okay. My father is my superhero, another one of his sons says. I ask that you give my father a second chance at life, a second chance to right his wrongs, a second chance to be the man he truly is. What about the victims? Do they get a second chance? Do they get to just start tomorrow fresh, going to make speeches? No, they're being bullied away from making statements even to this very day. My father is my superhero. Seeing him broken down and stripped of everything is something I will never forget. Good. You should freaking remember it. Because it's coming down the pipe for anybody who does that shit. Justin says he speaks to his father every day, several times a day. His dad is now drug-free and has refound his purpose. I can truly, sincerely say he's changed for the better, Your Honor. I believe my father still has so much more to give the world. We should give it from the MDC. So much more to give his children. My father is my superhero. Diddy's more patient and just a better man, his son Christian says. Another one of Diddy's sons, Christian, spoke in court. My whole life, my entire life, I studied my dad up and down. To me, my dad is the greatest man in the world. My whole life, he's always taught me to treat women with respect. I've seen him treat my mom with respect and treat her like a queen. Christian Combs was sniffling through his speech. They're all getting extra bonus if they crying, I think. I mean, I don't know. That's my opinion. He said he's traveled across the country every week just to see his father for 2 hours. Where that money coming from? That is very privileged. He can travel across the country every week? Wow. They not hard up like I thought. Traveled across the country every week on the private plane. What's he flying on? Just to see his dad for 2 hours. He's seen a change in his dad during those times. He's more patient, more relaxed, more trusting, more understanding, and just a better man. Well, it sounds like prison's good for him and he needs to stay there longer. Diddy's daughter breaks down in tears as she talks about her father. Jessie burst into sobs as she began to address the courtroom. We know he isn't perfect and he has made mistakes. And we aren't here to excuse any of those mistakes, except you are. You are there to excuse his mistakes because you're saying, it's not that bad and we kind of miss him and stuff, so let him out. Your Honor, he's still our dad and we still need him present in our lives, she said. When my mother passed, I was just a little girl trying to understand a loss way too big for words. I remember my dad sitting us down that day, holding us close. Even though his own heart was breaking, he never bothered to marry this woman. He never even bothered to be faithful to her. This man. He never bothered to not cheat on your mama. He never bothered to stop having freak-offs with other women. Never bothered to do any of that. Never bothered to make her a wife. But his heart was breaking. Promising that he would always be there to keep us safe. Well, he lied. He lied because he's not there now, is he? He's in prison because of his own actions and his own criminal behavior. It was the thing that helped me survive the hardest nights, the birthdays, the very important milestones we had to experience without her. And all of this is very freaking sad. It is sad to lose a parent as a child. It is sad no matter how old you are, no matter how old they are, but I'm still missing the point where that is relevant. What does it have to do with anything? Does it say in the statute, you serve this much in jail, except if your kids will be sad? No. A lot of people are crying all the time because they got one dead parent and one in jail. Welcome to the real world. We're still just daughters who need our father. Well, your father shouldn't have committed crimes. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Y'all need to be having a party that he might only be going away for 7 to 8 years, 5 to 8 years, instead of life. He was facing life in prison. Nobody's grateful. Everybody's entitled. This is a bunch of nepotism, rich brats who have clearly never been told no. Clearly never, ever have ever encountered anything adversarial other than, obviously their mom dying is sad. Other than that, they clearly never been told no. It's entitlement. 2 months ago, the man was facing a life sentence. They need to be happy and praising this judge. They need to be saying, he did the crime. 5 years, that's going to suck. But it's better than life. No, they're just entitled brats, frankly. Sorry. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. We're just daughters who need our father, but he's got to do his time, baby girl. She said Diddy shares the way he's working on becoming a better man and a more present father. I can feel a difference in the way that he listens and responds. She can feel it. Well, I wonder what Cassie's feeling over there. Y'all don't care about that. Your brothers were jamming out to You and Me and You, whatever the name of the song is, on the day that the RICO got dismissed. Y'all were having a party in the street to Me and You by Cassie. Y'all don't care about how she feels or her kids. She said she sees the difference the most in the way he parents his 2-year-old daughter, Love. Watching him nurture her, even from a distance, has been healing. Well, then he could keep doing it from a distance then. It's fine. I can see glimpses of the father he was to us as babies, but it breaks my heart because my sister deserves so much more than this. True, she might. It's not her fault. She's just an innocent baby, but her daddy is a criminal, so he's got to do his time in jail. 8 minutes ago, the court is now watching the video that the team put together. The judge thanked Diddy's kids for addressing the court. I know how hard it was to stand up here and tell me those things, but it's important for me to hear. The court is now watching the video that Diddy put together, the propaganda video. Appears to be an effort to show the court a positive impact Diddy has had during his life. It includes a montage of clips over the years showing his work with charity, youth engagement programs, totally self-serving, giving motivational speeches about his upbringing, talking about himself. Okay, so talking about himself, showing off the school he built, and taking care of his kids in the middle of his very busy freak off schedule. 9 minutes ago, we get an analysis from CNN. The defense is trying to paint Diddy in a different light. The defense team is attempting to paint Diddy in a different light from what is shown in a video of the rapper physically assaulting Cassie, which we all saw. It was really hard to look away from the ugliness, this reporter said, adding that the defense team is fully aware that the video paints a really horrible picture of him. So they want to present him as more than what you saw in that video and more than what the people who testified against him have said. Defense plays 11-minute video at sentencing. The defense is now playing a video that is approximately 11 minutes long. In the video produced by the defense, Diddy is seen with his kids playing and engaging in philanthropic work. The daughter asked the judge for a sentence to heal the family. A sobbing Delilah Combs asked the judge to deliver a fair sentence that could heal their family. I also hope for a fair sentence. Our 2-year-old sister is asking, where's dad? The same way that we grew up motherless. It's a hole that can't be filled, and it is pathetic that Diddy's actions put himself and his children further evidence of him just being an unfit deadbeat. Putting his children, he knew every single time he committed a crime of transportation of somebody for the purposes of substitution, he knew or should have known he was committing a crime that would make his children grow up with no more father. And guess what? Every kid except one's older than 18. They already grew up. He and his criminal behaviors made him miss their graduation. His criminal behaviors made him miss their proms and going to college. And his criminal behaviors are why the 2-year-old's always asking, where's dad? Okay, let's just be clear. Not a soul did this to Diddy but Diddy. Nobody and no thing did this to Diddy except Diddy. We're tired of being strong. Well, you and me both, baby girl. Suck it up. Buck up. This is the real world. You gotta be strong. Only the strong survive and everybody else just falls off. I don't know how in the world that is the judge's problem. Her comments wrapped up Diddy's kids' time on the stand. The judge thanked them. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Oh, I'm aggravated. And I'm not aggravated at the kids specifically. I do understand. It's so sad. And if you already don't have a mom, I'm not even trying to say, boo-hoo, get over it. What I'm trying to say is that is sad, but Diddy has to serve his time that he knew or should have known he was liable to have to serve. Okay. 4 minutes ago, we got another tweet. Video is over. The judge said, Mr. Steele, who is going to be speaking next? The next person to speak is the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Any more lawyers? Yes. Then myself. Then Mr. Donaldson. Okay, so Brian Steele's going to talk. Xavier Donaldson is going to talk. They're going to resume at 2 p.m. Okay. Somebody said, I just hope his sentence is longer than their speeches. This is what it looks like outside the circus. This one's yawning. We got a new update from NBC News. Lunch break called for Diddy's sentencing. The judge adjourned court, asking all parties to return before 2:15. Diddy's defense is set to continue the case, arguing that he should be sentenced to no more than 14 months. Okay, so we do have the lineup. Diddy also, breaking news, Diddy is sobbing. Diddy has also sobbed. I don't know who put Mims in timeout, but don't do that. One time, somebody, and I don't know who or when, because like I used to have some mods that are now removed, but like Point and Shoot was blocked from commenting on my channels by somebody, and it wasn't me. Mims was just now timed out, and then there was something else, somebody else. Andy Popcorn Planet was hidden from my channel. It was crazy. Don't do that. Don't hide my friends from my channels. Okay, so Diddy sobbed. Okay, breaking news, Diddy was crying as he watched the video from his legal team. Yeah, because he shit the bed. He had the whole world in his hands. He probably did work very hard. He probably did put in a lot of grinding, a lot of hustling, a lot of hours, a lot of this and a lot of that, only to just ruin his own legacy. He will never be able to overcome this. He will never be able to overcome it, and neither will any of his children. No, none of his children. They're all going to carry this generational curse forever. They will never be able to shake the shadow of his criminal behaviors. I would be probably crying too if I was him. He sobbed as the court watched the documentary style video, the propaganda video that his team put together, which featured footage of his charity work and his family. The video is over. The court is taking a lunch break till 2. Attorney Brian Steele said there was many more speakers expected after the break. So who are the speakers? Reverend Dr. Johnson. Let me look that up. Kevin R. Johnson from the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem. I just typed in Reverend Dr. Johnson. There's one in Princeton at the Christ Congregation. There's a Kevin, there's a Kirk. I don't know which Reverend Dr. Johnson it is then. Okay. Who else is going to be talking? They're saying the man from the reentry program, the one that like Diddy actually needs to be going to the class like as a student, but he's getting preferential treatment and already like offered a instructor position. Like what the hell? Diddy cannot teach anybody anything. What do you mean? No. They want that guy to talk. The one who's about to let Diddy be an instructor. It's something's wrong with it. Thanks so much, New Life Plan, for the $4.99. I wish the judge could ask Justin how he felt about Cassie's sentencing letter. It's sick. It's so sick. Thanks so much, Seeker, for the $19.99 super sticker. Thanks to BP Learned Hand for the $20 super chat. Facts ain't defamation, and we need knowledgeable folks with empathy and compassion. Thank you for all you do. Thanks so much for that $20. Thank you, Renee, for the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, New Life Plan, for the $4.99 super chat. In the real Diddy Runs the City documentary, he trashed a room and beats his chest about getting whatever he wants every time. It's true. They didn't put that part in the documentary, I don't think, New Life Plan. Shout out to Mims, make it make sense. Thank you for the $1.99. What about the kids he made Gina terminate? Exactly, allegedly. I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't see the medical reports, but according to Gina, Diddy like stomped on her and made her, terminate certain, children that were going to be but never will be. What about that? And again, thank you again, Mims, for the $1.99 super chat. Diddy is not raising them girls. Kim's best friend Lala is raising them. Right. So it's not like, what are they going to move in with him? No, he's going to go right back to his mansion. They're going to stay where they are. He spent more time in freak offs than parenting. Thank you, Mims, for the $1.99. Diddy crying has brought happiness to Mims's heart. I mean, to me, it just aggravates me. It doesn't bring me happiness because he's just doing it because he's finally having to face any repercussion at all. And he just cannot cope. He cannot cope. He cannot deal with it. He cannot cope. Thank you for the $1.99 times 5. Shout out to parents who walk a straight line, especially after the other parent passed, to make sure your babies are never alone in this world. And look, I understand stuff happens. You might go to jail. But if you do, and you did the crime, you just got to take your lick and do the time. That's how it would be if it was me or anybody else. I don't think anybody should be getting special sentencing treatment because they copulated and procreated. I just don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Perhaps maybe Diddy should have actually kept it in his pants. Maybe 7 kids is a little too much to bring into the world for having no mother and no father. I don't know. Since we're in the business of saying preposterous things today on Diddy's defense, maybe I could say some preposterous things back. Thanks so much, New Life Plan, for the $9.99. Thanks so much, Amber, for the $1.99 super chat. I don't know if I can make you a mod from StreamYard, but if somebody can, I know you were a mod before. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Sarah Adams. I'll have to go back in and I can't do it in the stream. For some reason, StreamYard just doesn't have that ability. He's crying because he misses Biggie. What? He misses Biggie? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Sarah. This is the result of never having any accountability for anything. They act all shocked and shaken when it finally catches up to them. Exactly. Shannon said, I agree. We wouldn't get any special treatment. I have a child and I'm a single mom. And if I was in jail, no one would care. Oh, Kate. Oh, it's a good point. I don't know which point was good, but Chelsea Lovelace also makes these abortions. However, I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know. The crying is for his repercussions, they saying. Okay, let me go to, I wonder if any Inner City Press has made or it will make a vlog. Slay, what is this? Now, during the break for the United States, Now, during the break for the United States versus Sean Combs, I came to Southern District, New York, SDNY Magistrate Court. Defendant, already in jail garb with cane, is ordered further detained. Next case being set up as a new indictment wheeled out to Judge Berman. Stories later. I don't know what that is. Okay, so... Okay, so we can expect to hear from Reverend Dr. Johnson. We can expect to hear from 2 more lawyers, Xavier Donaldson and Brian Steele. This devil, who's definitely going to hell, but again, y'all, I would hire her if I was in a defense position. She's definitely going to hell, cried and said Diddy changed her life. Diddy's kids spoke. Okay. In one of the defense team's last attempts to depict Diddy in a positive light before he's sentenced, it showed an 11-minute sizzle reel full of sympathetic family footage. We see the defendant with his kids, his mother, Kim Porter, the late model actress and mother of his 3 children. You see how easy it would have been to just say his wife, his deceased wife. He never married her because he wanted to keep having freak-offs. Backed by piano, and in my opinion, I don't know, I wasn't in any of those private conversations. Maybe she didn't want to marry his encrusted ass. I don't know. Backed by piano and orchestra music, the video features clips of Kim Porter smiling with Diddy and their twin daughters, Jessie and Delilah. We see Diddy sobbing after Porter's death from pneumonia in 2018. Today, now I'm a full-time dad. I'm going to be there for you through everything. All y'all, he told his kids the day of Kim Porter's funeral. In another part of the reel, Diddy strokes his mother's face and spoon feeds her for the photo op while she lays in a hospital bed before showing her walking hand in hand with Diddy and Christian. In Diddy's letter to the judge, he wrote that his mom recently had brain surgery. Again, he should have kept his stuff together if he wanted to be there for his mama. The montage also highlighted some of Diddy's community contributions, including when he ran the New York City Marathon in 2003 to raise money. They also included in the video a motivational speech he gave to students at Capitol Prep, Bronx Charter School, one of the schools he helped open, and several grants he funded. The promotional video was first shared with the court yesterday. Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, and the twins, and even Diddy's youngest daughter, 2-year-old Love, closed out the video with loving messages to their father. Is his last name Brown or Combs? I've seen it put both ways. We have a new update from the New York Times. Inside the courtroom, Diddy appeared solemn while his kids spoke in support of him. He mouthed, "I love you," at one point while one of his daughters was at the lectern. During the showing of an 11-minute video, an inspirational reel recounting his life and career, Mr. Combs was sobbing, his hand covering his face and his body heaving at the full weight and gravity of his own choices that have besmirched and ruined his reputation. Wait, where's TD Jakes? I thought that was his pastor. I thought it was too. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Inked Pixie for the $4.99. Every single person that is speaking on his behalf is a danger and a menace to society. Found you at the beginning. Thanks for everything. It's crazy. I'm sure these kids are just as wound up and enamored in his cycle of whatever he does than anybody else was as well, you know. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 super chat. You are slaying. I'm loving every second of this. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 super chats. Thanks so much to Boy Mom X3. Remember, for 4 months, he used the horrid conditions and violence of the prison as an excuse not long ago in an attempt to get out. But now he's having a great time at the MDC. I mean, seriously. It's nasty. Where's TD Jakes? TD is his back it up pastor. What's that mean? Like to back up like his stories or what? April, it feels like a very long sentencing. I mean, I'm not a sentencing expert. I haven't really like watched a bunch of sentencings, but thanks so much, Sarah, for the $5 super chat. P. Diddy can't jump. Oh, no jumper P. Diddy. There was a no jumper in there. There was a no jumper moment put in there. Was OJ's sentencing this long? I don't know. What does back it up mean? Thank you for the $2 super chat. Empath Rhapsody said he never legally did that because according to reports, and I'll be sure would have to give permission for that, for a legal adoption, and I'll be sure did not give the permission for that. Interesting. Thank you so much, Cree Speaks 23 for the $20 super chat. Okay, thank you. Cree said, I'm a single mom. My kids were here without me through their preteen and teenage years while I was in prison. The courts still sentenced me to over 8 years for a non-violent crime. This evil man harmed people for 30 years. Rules for them and not for us, girl. Oh my God, you're so funny, Alec. Not gonna lie. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Not gonna lie, your coverage is great to crochet to. Thanks for the entertainment. Listen. Do y'all mean like activity? Back it up means like like to do a certain activity to get like a freak off or something else? Cardi said, I bet you this judge don't decide today. I bet you he's going to want to think about it over the weekend. Is that maybe? OJ was found not guilty, y'all. OJ was found not guilty. Duh. Good point. Good point. He was found liable in the civil case, right? So I do always get those mixed up. But yeah, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit, and he got acquitted. Thanks so much, Strange Currencies, for the 20,000 IDR. Thank you so much. Love and support from Indonesia. Shout out to the Indonesian cousins in the chats. Maybe he did a detox. Maybe that helped him run the race. Lisa, is it Lisa? Liza? The trying to figure out how you ran that marathon with all them substances in his. Oh, it's Exual. Got it. Okay, got it. BP Learned Hand said, I have never heard of a sentencing lasting this long. And they're saying it might last more than a day. Thank you so much to Chris Nikos for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you for your coverage and always being the queen that you are. You get me through the work days. Shout out to you. Thank you, Sto Mishi, becoming a new member. Thank you. Shannon's like, oh yeah, duh. He went to jail for stealing his own memorabilia. That's true. OJ's verdict came up on October 3rd. His hearing was on this date. Oh my gosh, Gerald, that's crazy. Thank you for the $2 super chats. Okay, what else is left here? Okay, there. Okay, I'm going to. Oh my God, not that. Won't you back that thing up? Oh my gosh. Well, I never was there, y'all, in any of those instances, so maybe it didn't happen. I don't know. I can't pretend to know. I don't think so, Shannon. I don't think he's going to just get probation. I think he's going to get some time in jail and some prison. I think the judge is like going to have to make some type of example. I don't think he's going to get 20 years. I think the judge is going to give him some type. But look, I don't know. We're all going to find out together. We'll all be surprised, shocked, or not surprised, or not shocked together. But since I think this is going to take like the considerable amount of the rest of the day, I'm maybe going to take a break and then I'll come back. Yeah, Aaron is mad at him. Judge Aaron is pissed. He is mad. Said Diddy's video was actually a highlight reel of everyone in his life that he's damaged. Oh. Also, thank you, Shannon, for the $4.99 super chat. I don't know if I actually officially said that. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, y'all, I'm going to log off here and I'm going to come back at 2:15. That's what time they're supposed to be due back. So same place. Same place in about 45 minutes. I'll see y'all then. In the meantime, cleansing breaths. Facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. I don't know these people. I wasn't there. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.